So I'm going to start with this humble butternut squash, mostly grown in lots of people's gardens. It's healthy, it's got a low glycemic index, but the challenge is how do you cut this thing? It's sort of oblong, it's hard to cut, it's got funny things. So what I do is I just cut the surface, and look at this orange color. This is good, lots of beta carotene there. We slice the other side off, and then I cut it into halves right here, and another half. And then you can see there's a little bit of seeds in this sort of inner material that we need to take off. So we got to get this material out from the inside. So I just take a spoon and pare away that material. You can save this and use it for stock, but I think it's easier just to get rid of it. We're going to take a little bit of oil. This is preferably olive oil, a good source of polyunsaturated fats. Has a favorable profile on our lipids. We're going to pour a little bit of oil on each of these. We're going to take a little bit of salt, pepper here. This is a little pepper. I'm going to sprinkle a little pepper. That's a lot of pepper. And a little bit of salt. And this is a very small amount of salt. That's probably about 20 grams, so it's probably less than 5% of your intake per day. And we're going to rub that in there, okay? This is at 400 degrees. So we're going to put this into our oven and roast at 400 degrees. And that's going to take about an hour to roast or less until it's soft and we can easily peel it out of the skin. So we've finished roasting our butternut squash. Look at that beautiful sort of caramelization on the outside, nice and brown. Salt and pepper should come off the skin pretty easily, so you can see you can get the flesh off fairly easy without any difficulties here. Get all that flesh out of there, kind of scrape it off, avoid the skin. So we get all that flesh off of here. All right, so our next step for our soup is we're going to dice up some red onion here. So we're just going to, these have already been kind of cut for us. I'm just going to dice that. Okay, doesn't have to be perfect. All right, so then we start getting our soup pan ready. I'm going to kick this up to medium heat. All right, I'm going to get some olive oil. So this is olive oil, extra virgin olive oil. We're going to heat this up on medium heat. Use a little bit more here. So we got our diced onion. We're going to put it into our hot oil here. You hear that nice sizzle. We're going to stir that around. I'm going to use this spoon here. So we're going to sweat our onions, get them soft, and then we're going to add stock. So we've gotten our onions softened up. We're going to add 4 cups of stock to that. So this is 4 cups of stock we're just adding to this. We're going to let that come up to a simmer. So we're going to put our roasted butternut squash flesh into our soup base here. So it just goes right in. This will add the color, this will add the taste, this will add the flavor. We'll mix that through. Mix with a nice spoon here. We'll let that break apart in the base a little bit and cook that just for a little bit, just so that all the big pieces are kind of cooked down and everything's kind of blended together. And this is kind of the base of our soup. All right, so we're going to put that into the Vitamix. You don't have to have a Vitamix. You could use an immersion blender, regular blender. I like these Vitamixes. They also can make grains. They can actually grind grains into flour. All right, well, stand back. We're going to pour it back into our soup pan, or nice and smooth. And here we'll just heat up. We'll need to add some chives, which I have right here. That's pre-chopped, just to finish. That gives a nice little bit of green color and contrast to that yellow. We will also salt and pepper as needed, but we'll start off with about 1 teaspoon of salt and some freshly ground pepper. And that is our butternut squash soup. So the last thing we're going to do for our soup is we're going to add a little bit of acid. Most of these soups need a little bit of acid to sort of round out their flavor. I add a little bit of salt to taste. So we're going to put probably the juice of probably a half lime to give us that nice bit of acid to our soup. We're going to mix that a little bit. And then we're always going to taste. Make sure that our flavors are great. That's good.
One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You can do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce, that all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush, or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
As part of our member commitment, the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber offers a suite of benefits to help you achieve your business goals. Through our series of monthly mixers, lead share groups, and legacy events, you can socialize and network with other businesses, reach community leaders, establish connections, and create lasting relationships. Throughout the year, Valley businesswomen meet, offering a forum for discussing important issues and concerns, and a series of informative and entertaining luncheons and headlining guest speakers. Opportunities such as the Chamber's Public Policy Series, Lunch and Learn, and your participation in our various committees will keep you informed of what's new in your field, changes in legislation, and happenings in the community. Add to your skill set and learn more about the area with the Chamber's Community Leadership Program, or build your personal skills with Life Leader 360. Receive free advice from the Laurel Ridge Small Business Development Center on such matters as human resources, accounting, operations, social media, and more. Get your business noticed through traditional and innovative avenues. From ribbon cuttings to online or print advertising, we'll help you achieve a higher profile. Top of Virginia Regional Chamber. Your success is our business.
Greetings, I'm Eugene Smith. I own the EBS Gallery in Old Town Winchester. Early in life, I fell in love not necessarily with art itself, I fell in love with the creative process. I think what's helped my business through the years is the diversity of style and what brings a lot of people in, especially from the DC metropolitan area. I have a diverse grouping of work. I do a lot of the Asian, the abstracts, traditional. People come from all around to visit Winchester area and to soak up the history. Historically, it's top of the line, and we've preserved that unity for this little small town called Winchester. So if you're in the area, I'd really appreciate you stopping by the gallery. We have a great collection of wonderful restaurants in Winchester and a lot of other small shops other than mine.
At Winchester Public Schools, we found our rich diversity only brings us closer together. We're one community with one purpose, learning for all.
In the heart of the beautiful Shenandoah Valley, Winchester Public Schools serves 4,400 students. Our district is made up of 4 elementary schools, 1 intermediate, 1 middle, and 1 high school. We want every student to take an active role in their education. While encouraging them to pursue academic excellence, they can also get involved in school sports, performing arts, and leadership opportunities.
The thing I like best is that you can really see the dedication of the teachers and administration and staff throughout all the public schools.
By integrating the latest technology and emphasizing a STEM-based curriculum, we're preparing our students to compete in a global economy. We're excited to launch a new state-of-the-art innovation center, which is another resource to help students develop marketable skills before entering the workforce or college. Winchester Public Schools, learning for all, whatever it takes.
The top of Virginia Regional Chamber has long supported efforts to bring together local business owners and skilled workers for the overall benefit of the community. Chamber collaboration with local school systems has created work-based learning programs that provide opportunities for students in the workplace. The Emil and Grace Shihada Innovation Center represents a major step forward toward promoting workforce development. A joint venture with Laurel Ridge Community College and local industry partners, the center equips Handley High School students with the skills and credentials for a wide range of locally in-demand career options by day, and offers certification programs in key trade careers through Laurel Ridge Community College at night.
Work-based learning can be thought of as a spectrum from career exploration all the way through career preparation. So students having the opportunity to participate in a one-day job shadow all the way through a cooperative education experience that lasts for an entire year are very valuable.
For those already launched on their career path, the Chamber's offerings such as the Young Professionals Group, Community Leadership Program, and Life Leader 360 provides inspiration and focus.
Our teachers do an amazing job of preparing our young people with workplace readiness skills inside the classrooms, and then work-based learning provides an extension of that and a really authentic opportunity for students to gain on-the-job training with local professionals.
Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, building a better workforce today, making for a more prosperous tomorrow.
One of the most exciting parts of the journey has been turning vision into reality. And to see the final product after we unveiled it was just so heartwarming for me personally, for our school board, for other city leaders, for our staff, who literally put blood, sweat, and tears into the design, the thinking, the instructional model, giving feedback to the architects throughout the process.
The desire and goals for the project were to really elevate, bring a focus to the career education that we're providing to students, but also to provide closer connections to our community and our business and industry. Also to break down barriers between core subject areas and career and technical education. What has happened in the past is those two things have lived in isolation. So to be able to bring the two pieces together and help students have that aha moment and a deeper understanding of what they're doing in both program areas, because they can see the application from one side to the other.
I think there's almost 30 solar tubes that bring in natural daylight throughout the building, so adding that aesthetic of natural light in different spaces was really important. But then the flow of the building, so we have 3 academies in the building, they're in different spaces, but it's all centered around this little circle. And so you just see a natural flow of students that is fairly organic, but just leads to a very comfortable space for students and staff.
This space allows for much more increased collaboration and then active teaching at the same time in whatever space you're using. So you really get the best of both worlds here.
This space invites kids to be themselves and not feel like they're confined, which is what we're trying to do. This gives them an opportunity to say, I can lay down and look at a book or read and still learn. I just think it gives them freedom and choice.
The flex spaces, the students use the flex spaces, so when they come out of their classroom after getting some direct instruction, they might go into the Synapse hubs or one of the flex spaces and work in small groups together. The mezzanine area, the students love to go up there and work. It's quiet. They can rearrange the furniture to be able to see one another. They stand up at the tall tables instead of sitting all the time. So every space in this building is utilized.
VMDO constantly asked us for our input, and it was really incredible to come back as a team after the chaos of a school year to sit back and see, oh my gosh, someone's taking our ideas of how school should be and making this into reality.
And I think too, it speaks to the commitment to a vision, right? And so when a community and a group of stakeholders say, this is really what we're after, we're gonna be committed to that. We're gonna keep our eye on the prize, and we're gonna keep problem solving and iterizing and overcoming barriers as we get closer and closer to the vision, but we're not gonna compromise the vision. I think that's the story of this group of people that came together to develop this idea called the Innovation Center.
I'm Justin Bogarty, winemaker for James Charles Winery here in Winchester, Virginia. If you want to see the true vineyard operations, this is really a family-run business from the ground up. We have been doing this for 20 years, 5 years in this location. This is all we do full-time. Not only do we grow the product, then we convert the product, we bottle the product, we label the product, we market the product, and then we sell it out the front door. Winchester is an amazing community. Not only does it have this tremendous downtown, small, like Alexandria feeling place with our walking mall there and the restaurants, but then the minute that you step out of Winchester, you are in this amazing bucolic setting. If you've never been here before, you just don't understand how beautiful of a place this is.
Award-winning hospitals, highly skilled people, cutting-edge technology. As we invest in bringing the future of healthcare close to home, one thing remains constant. We are neighbors caring for neighbors. We are about bringing doctors and specialists to our region from all over the world and leading cutting-edge techniques and talents to treat both the simple and the complex. We are about wellness and disease prevention, education, and research. We are about giving people a medical home so they can become and stay healthier. We are about fixing an injury or treating an illness 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and getting you back to work and life faster. We are about being a community partner, about teaching the next generation of healthcare providers, and about giving our employees a sense of well-being. We are about people, and about a community where we can all be healthier together.
I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a clinical cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
I'm Tricia Nashid, also a cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
And we're here to share some of the recipes that we make for our own family that we feel are heart healthy and may give you some ideas to cook your own heart healthy meals at home.
Next we're going to do a Peruvian chicken, and I'm going to spatchcock the chicken, which is basically opening it up and flattening it. We're going to do a rub under the skin, so I'm going to start by making the rub. I'm going to take a bowl here. I'm going to add in about 3 cloves of chopped garlic, add in some cumin. This is a tablespoon of ground cumin. I'm going to add in a tablespoon of paprika. Paprika is a pepperish type spice which doesn't have a lot of heat. We're going to add in about a teaspoon of oregano. And with that I had mixed in about half a teaspoon of salt and some pepper. We'll go ahead and mix that all together. To this mixture, I'm going to add some lemon juice. Fish out that seed right there. So to this paste, we are also adding the lemon juice to equal the juice of 1 lemon, and go ahead and take the zest from the lemon, which imparts a lot of flavor to it, and we just take this, and you want to just take the yellow, not the white. The white is a little bitter. Go, and that looks pretty good. We'll just scrape that lemon zest into our rub and gather all this up, add it in. And that is our paste that we're going to use on the chicken. The chicken shears are pretty sharp. They can be found at most stores, and I find that they're very easy. You can just take the scissors or shears and cut them. Just opens the bird up like that. We'll do the same thing here on the other side. All right, and then you can, if you save the bones, you can put them in your freezer and make a chicken broth out of these later, or if you don't save them, you can discard it. Next, I take this bird and I just take my fingers and rub it right under the skin here. I tend to put my rubs and my spices under the skin so that when the chicken bakes, you can decide to either eat the skin or not eat the skin. Skin sometimes has a little more fat, and even if you discard the skin on this one, you'll still have a lot of flavor right in the chicken and the meat. Go ahead and grab our rub we made earlier and just take kind of a handful of that rub, and we'll rub it right under the skin, trying to get all the parts and the meat of the chicken. Turn the chicken over and get the back side. And again, we just kind of separate the skin away from the meat and just really get that rub inside against the meat. Same thing on this last part here. Okay. And then I go ahead, and after I do the rub on the outside, I squeeze the top of the bird with about a tablespoon of lemon juice. And then add salt to the top. Put it in a roasting pan and we'll put it in the oven. 400 degrees for an hour. I'm gonna make a green spicy sauce to go with that Peruvian chicken. So in a blender, I'm gonna go ahead and add in some cilantro, about 2 jalapeno peppers chopped. You can adjust that to your taste. Garlic, a little salt, some lime juice. We'll go ahead and add the mayonnaise to this. I oftentimes look for healthy mayonnaise, ones made out of avocado oil or canola oil. Try to avoid mayonnaise made out of soybean oil. And then we'll put this on here. Here we go. It looks delicious. All right, let's check in our chicken here. Oh, it looks delicious. Here we go. Nicely browned. Go ahead and set it down here. One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You could do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce, that all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
You are now entering Winchester, Frederick County. Close to home, but nothing like it. We're all out of hustle and bustle, but there's plenty of small town charm and characters to go around. You can't get here by following directions, only your gut. Let our old town teach you a few new tricks. Take a hike on the beaten path. Try something off the menu without reservations. Make this trip one for the history books. This is a land of wide open spaces and wide open itineraries where city meets country. All are welcome, all are family. All you have to do is visit. Come see us at visitwinchesterva.com.
First of all, let me say thank you for each and every one of you that come out to celebrate with us today. This was a long time coming, and we finally got her open. So we are officially open for business today, December 2nd, 2021. And we're about to cut the ribbon and go to work. So again, I want to thank each and every one of you. And well, before we cut the ribbon, let me do some introductions.
How about that? So I guess first of all, let me introduce Justin Salon. He is the chairman of the board, the owner of the corporate franchise, I guess that's the appropriate term, and then his executive vice president, Jim Harrington. Jim is where this all started with me. Started looking at this particular facility December of 2020. I think Jim and I had a conversation in June timeframe of 2021, and here we are today. So, Jim, thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, with that, I've also want to introduce my service manager, Jim Blakely, one of my lead techs, Mike. Guys, thanks for being here with us today. And obviously, I have to. The lady who has shared all this, my beautiful wife, Kathy. All right. So, without further ado, let's go to work.
One, two, three. Watch your fingers. Give it a good chop.
Hey! Happy birthday, Simon. It is.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Tim. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't make me sad.
We want to welcome you to the chamber.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining. We really appreciate your support of the community and our organization. And I can tell with the tenacity and the perseverance that it's taken to get this far, you're going to do great. So
Thank you very much.
congratulations on a great start.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now just my oil.
Hey, I'm Lloyd Washington, owner of Tropical Island Coffee and Cafe.
Hi, I'm Angel Christian, the manager of Tropical Island Coffee and Cafe. Tropical Island is an exciting place to be. You have a little bit of the island right here in the middle of the Shenandoah Valley.
I've been in Winchester, Virginia since September of '07 and still going strong. Better every day. We have our regular visitors that just yearly, monthly on their way. They stop into Winchester and it's a great town. We have a lot of museums. We have nice sidewalks to walk around. And it's just a beautiful city for you to come and see. Jerk chicken, curry chicken, oxtails, curry goat, red beans and rice cooked with some good coconut milk. We have it all.
And while you come into our beautiful city, make sure that you stop and see us at the corner of Piccadilly and Braddock Street at 39 West Piccadilly Street, where you get a taste of the island.
Come and get jerk.
I'm Therese Collins.
And I'm Julie Dellinger. We are nurses and educators at Valley Health, here to demonstrate how to perform basic CPR on someone at home, at the store, in a restaurant, at a church, or wherever you might find somebody who needs your help. We will also show you how to use an AED, an automatic external defibrillator.
Each year in the United States, hundreds of thousands of people die or become permanently disabled from sudden cardiac arrest. With early intervention, with your help, the victim may survive and return to their normal function.
We're going to show you how to quickly assess the person, how to get help, and what steps to take in order to render aid. When someone needs your help outside of a hospital or clinic, you are performing as a Good Samaritan, and you're needed to act quickly.
The first thing we want you to do, if you are going to be practicing with us, is to put your firm pillow on the floor. You can use this to practice compressions on, or you can simply watch us and maybe practice later. This video is available for you to watch again, and so get your friends and family together to watch it with you tonight or tomorrow and talk about what to do when there is an emergency, because you may be the one needing help from your friends or family.
We're going to show you on our mannequins each step of the way. If you witness someone collapse, here's what to do.
Are you okay? Are you okay? You, call 911 and get me an AED.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest. Plug in pads connector next to flashing light. Apply pads. Plug in connector. Analyzing heart rhythm.
Stop CPR.
Do not touch the patient. Shock advised. Charging.
Stay clear.
Stay clear of
I'm
patient.
clear. You're clear.
Deliver shock now.
Shocking.
Press the
3,
orange
2,
button now.
1.
Shock delivered. Pause. Begin CPR.
Be sure it is safe for you to go near the person. There could be an animal, broken glass, liquids, or other people around. We do not want someone who is panicked make poor decisions when someone needs your help. Once you know it's safe, tap briskly on the person's shoulders to see if they respond. Look to see if they are breathing for about 10 seconds. Sometimes people collapse because of low blood sugar, an abrupt blood pressure change, or they simply fainted. If the person doesn't respond at all, point to someone close by, give them a specific instruction to call 911 or whatever is appropriate for where you are.
You, call 911 and tell them I think I need the AED.
You also want to ask someone to get an AED. Many stores, churches, malls, businesses, and airports have AEDs available. Get into the habit of looking around when you are out to see where the closest AED is located. If you are alone, you can call 911 on your cell phone and put it on speaker mode, then lay it next to you. Tell the dispatcher there's an unresponsive person on the ground and they can help direct you to start CPR if needed. Once you have asked for help, kneel over the victim, clasp your hands one on top of the other like this, and start pushing on the center of the person's chest over their heart. You want to push hard and push fast, but not too fast. You may be nervous and a lot of adrenaline is being released, but compressing at a steady rate will help you do well. You will get tired, but do the best you can. Help is on the way. Continue to do compressions until more help arrives or someone brings the AED.
Friends, I'm here with the AED.
With the AED, the first thing you want to do is power it on. Then you want to follow the prompts according to that particular AED. Most will have you apply the pads to the patient's bare chest. Then you will plug it in. The machine will say that it is analyzing. It's important that you also declare that we're analyzing and everyone should stay clear of the patient.
Do not touch the patient.
Clear.
Sometimes during an emergency, there's a lot of noise and you're the one who can hear what the machine is doing and reinforce the step that needs to happen.
Shock advised.
Okay, everybody stay clear.
If there is a shock that should be delivered, tell everyone to stay clear of the patient while the machine charges. Make sure that everyone is clear as you do this.
Deliver shock now.
Shocking in
Press
3,
the orange
2,
button now.
1, shock.
Shock delivered.
It is important to then immediately resume CPR. Someone different than who was doing CPR while the AED was being applied, because that first person is likely to be too tired at this point.
I think my baby's choking. Can you please help me?
If someone comes to you and the baby appears to be choking, not moving air, flailing their arms, you need to act quickly but safely.
I don't know how to get him. Please help.
Okay, baby. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to support the baby's neck and support the whole baby down my thigh, and 5 quick, firm thrusts on the back of between the baby's shoulder blades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gently roll while supporting the head and neck, and then in the middle of the chest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, rolling, keeping the baby's head down below the level of the body. So if you are successful, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that food or whatever is in the baby's throat will fall out while you have them face down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there, hopefully, the baby is doing better.
If you see an infant who doesn't appear to be moving, go over to the baby safely and tap on their feet. Go ahead and look to see if they're breathing for about 10 seconds. If they're not responding and they're not breathing, you need to call for help immediately. Then, expose the chest and you can start chest compressions like this. Put one thumb over the other and compress down on the center of the chest, right about at the bottom of the armpit level. Continue compressions until more help arrives or you notice the baby starts moving.
My name is Jeremy Shen, and I have the privilege of being the marketing director at YHB CPAs Consultants. We are a public accounting and wealth management firm. YHB has been part of the Chamber for, I believe, at least over 60 years. One of the things that we love about the Chamber is just the opportunity to connect, providing opportunities for our staff to get out and meet new people. We use a lot for training for our younger staff to learn how to communicate. I love what they do for our businesses in the area, so not just ours, but other ones, for nonprofits that they work with. They just do a lot to give back, and so the least I can do is show up, bring people with me, and be a part of a good team member as part of the TVRC. Specifically, two events that come to mind when I think of that have really impacted me or helped me is one is the Greater Good Awards. A lot of businesses come together and honor people that are doing great things in the community. I believe I'm still young enough to be part of the Young Professionals group here, and when I was first came to Winchester and started at YHB, the Young Professionals group was a great place to connect, meet people my age, peers, and really are the next generation of leaders here in Winchester. My connections through Chamber membership have really become friendships that feel like business partners who all want each other to succeed and to do well, and to make why we call this place home. I'm Jeremy Shen, and that's why the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber is my chamber choice.
Being in Winchester, Virginia is just near and dear to our heart for a lot of different reasons. We've been here all of our lives. Our farm actually started back in 1755. Myself, my brother, and my sister are the 10th generation here in Winchester on our family farm. Really being in Winchester, we've learned and come to be around such a fantastic community. There's so much support, so much, just sense of friendship and family around us that we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. It's a beautiful location located just in the northern part of the Shenandoah Valley. There's really not much better you can come by. If you ever find yourself in Frederick County or Winchester, Virginia, stop on by and see us. We got 2 locations here. We have everything from produce to events, live music, great lunches, a little bit of everything. But stop by and check out some small local businesses. You won't be disappointed.
Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we're here today at the corner of Cameron and Boscawen Street in downtown Winchester, Virginia, celebrating the opening of F&M Bank's newest location. With me today is Mike Wilkerson, some of his staff, board of directors, also Les Beach with Winchester City Council to kick off and celebrate the opening. So, Mike, tell us a little more about what you do here.
Well, we offer community banking at its best with modern technology. So it's, as I describe it, it's a classic Mustang with all the modern thrill. But what we do more than anything is we offer banking with extraordinary brutality. Our thing is banking for people. That's what we do.
Noticing that inside, you have quite a rich group of people who are knowledge and experience.
This is the culmination of the first 18 months of F&M making a commitment to Winchester, both in locations and people, but also in the philanthropic work that we do in the community, both through deeds and dollars. We'll see some of that a little bit later today. But it's an extraordinary company, it's an extraordinary community in Winchester, it's just a perfect match.
I also noticed you're really helpful with some of our nonprofits who are supporting some of the needs in our community, and really appreciate that. We'll make sure we add the video, the poster of all the great nonprofits you all are working with and supporting. So let's celebrate, Mike. See if you can cut that ribbon on the first try. So on behalf of the Top Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to the chamber for the mortgage loan officers, and thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Mike, I'd like to welcome F&M Bank in Winchester. This bank's been around since 1908. Strong financial bank, billions in assets in Europe. But it's got the small town feel, small town service, and smile. So welcome.
Thank you very much. We're glad to be here.
I'm Holly Redding.
And I'm Bonnie Landy, and we are the co-owners of Winchester Brew Works.
Well, we met in Harrisonburg, Virginia, which is only about an hour away, and we really loved home brewing and cooking together and baking together and that kind of thing.
Being in a small town like Winchester, you get to know a lot of your regular customers really well, and we're able to meet a lot of people in the community.
We are such a small brewery that we are able to play around with flavors a lot. We only brew about 100 gallons at a time, which gives us a lot more flexibility than some of the larger breweries around. We have a really large tasting room, so we're able to offer events that smaller venues can't offer.
Yeah, the downtown area is a wonderful place to visit in Winchester. Really the whole city of Winchester and the local area.
So come down and see us when you're in Winchester. We're at 320 North Cameron Street. We love to share a pint or a flight with you.
We're open 7 days a week, so come see us.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
Okay, so after high school and college, I helped a few contractors in the area doing some painting and remodeling work, and then I ended up getting a job over in Upperville. I worked for Mr. and Mrs. Paul Mellon for about 14 years, and it was just a great job. It was a great opportunity. And then Mr. Mellon had passed away in 1999. So at that point, I was figuring out what I was going to do. I then formed my own company, my own small home business, repair company, home improvement company. I did that for about a year, and then my sister-in-law, my wife's sister, who was an officer with the department, she encouraged me to come and apply. And at the time, I was thinking, a police officer? I don't know if I can be a police officer or not, but I'll give it a shot. So came in, took the test, went through the process, and I joined the department in December of 2001. Worked the evening shift for a number of years, and then got promoted to a sergeant. Was transferred to day shift for 5 or 6 years or so. Then went through another promotion process. Got promoted to a lieutenant. Was back on second shift for a while. Also did a little bit of time in CID, which was interesting. I was about a year back there doing some stuff and really enjoyed that part of it. Then about 3 or so years ago, I was offered the opportunity to actually come down to this area, the Old Town area, and oversee the mall, help with the businesses down here, do a lot of community policing. That intrigued me a lot because I grew up in this area. I was born in Winchester, probably one of the few officers that was actually born and raised in the area. So I knew most of the people here in the city, and down here I knew and still know a lot of the business owners, so I knew I would have a pretty good connection with everybody. And I enjoy being out and talking to everybody and trying to help everybody with whatever they have going on. From the simplest things to maybe the most difficult things, I'm pretty flexible, and I enjoy that part of it. Of all the areas and the things that I've been able to experience, probably the one thing that I really enjoyed the most was being one of the first and the founding members of the Honor Guard, which was developed, I think, back in 2014 by Major Kelly Rice. And when I was approached and asked to be a part of it, I really felt honored, and I still do. It's one of the more important parts of the department. It's always critical, and it's very important to give back the honor and the respect to the people who've wore the uniform and who have paid the ultimate price, laying down their life for the city and for the department. So that part of it is probably the one thing that I'll always hold as probably the highest thing that I did while I was a part of the police department. So behind the blue, I'm an avid runner. I was running pretty regularly with the Shenandoah Valley Runners, have been a member of the Runners Club, and me and my wife Tina, we do a lot of running and walking during our off time. We're pretty active. And I'm also an avid concert goer. I love going to any type of a heavy metal rock concert. I love the energy. It's the best feeling, for me personally, it's that feeling. It's hard to describe, and people that like to go to concerts and know what I'm talking about. When you're right there at the moment and the band that you've been following or that you like is getting ready to come on stage and the lights go down, it's just the rush that you get. And I also love the energy that's out there. It's hard to describe. It's addictive. I grew up going to concerts, standing in line for hours, trying to get tickets to concerts. So it's something that I've always loved to do.
My name is Loretta Brede, and I'm the owner of Brede Vineyards. We ended up in Frederick County 26 years ago. My husband had worked for United Airlines, and we bought a farm. We looked around to a lot of different communities, and the only one that really spoke to us was Winchester. Our vineyard's unique in that we can take you on a tour and show you a beneficial habitat, and we educate you a little bit on the vines and the relationship between the soil and the vines. We're not far from downtown Winchester, so our vineyard is 10 minutes, and we would love to see you and stop by and taste some award-winning wines. We love being here in the Winchester-Frederick County area. It's got the beautiful downtown mall. We have just watched it develop. The restaurants are fabulous. The breweries are fabulous. We've got so much history in the fact that Civil War changed hands so many times here. It's just got so many wonderful things to see.
Situated in the northern Shenandoah Valley, the top of Virginia is a picturesque region with a historic past and strong future to offer those who call the region home. There are a variety of housing options and peace of mind thanks to an award-winning hospital serving the community. Area employers include a mix of public sector agencies, internationally known companies, and locally owned businesses. Choose from 3 area school districts and a number of fine private schools. Shenandoah University and Laurel Ridge Community College are close to home, or attend one of the several colleges and universities nearby. From the quaint shops of Old Town Winchester to the Cedar Creek and Belle Grove National Historic Park and the many paths and trails that wind through the area, there's much to explore. A fulfilling life awaits you at the top of Virginia.
Nestled in the Shenandoah among the red oaks, birches, and poplars are the resilient mountain laurels.
When the laurels bloom every year in June, they're much like our graduates, ready to shine and embark on the next step in their journey.
And we are ready to take the next step in ours.
We are Laurel Ridge Community College.
It is our mission to provide a positive, safe, dynamic learning environment where all who walk through our doors feel included.
From academic pathways to workforce certifications, our goal is to invite and inspire every student who has a plan to achieve.
Our faculty, staff, and instructors are leaders in the field, helping to innovate new ways of teaching and learning. And our students and friends are gaining new knowledge, making an impact on those around them.
For over 50 years, we've been changing lives in our community.
And as Laurel Ridge Community College, we look forward to providing those same life-changing experiences. You belong here. Grow with us.
In our community, the value of community organizations improve our quality of life by the interests and spirit those organizations uphold. Community organizations provide opportunities for friends and neighbors to give back, get involved, and come together while creating a sense of pride for the city they all share. Contact a community organization today and discover the contribution you can make through your participation and support.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to another wonderful ribbon cutting. We're in downtown Garyville, Virginia, here at 7 North Church Street, welcoming one of our newest members, Integrity Tax and Bookkeeping. And to tell you all about them is Regina Hubble.
I'm Regina Hubble. This is my business partner, Debbie Soylent. We're Integrity Tax and Bookkeeping, and as the name suggests, we do tax preparation for individuals and small businesses, and also provide services. We're downtown, right in the heart of Berryville, on top of Spawn Sellers Flower Shop. Around the corner on North Church Street is our entrance. So we can work with everyone locally, or if you prefer, we can also work with you virtually. And we're really happy to be part of Berryville and the top part of the
Right, to celebrate another top 30 Greenville Chamber ribbon cutting, take it away. Big one, big, big, big.
There we go.
With this plaque to hang on your wall, commemorating your membership with us, and thank you for joining in the fun, celebrating business at the top of Virginia.
Thank you. Woo.
I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a clinical cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
I'm Tricia Nashid, also a cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
And we're here to share some of the recipes that we make for our own family that we feel are heart healthy and may give you some ideas to cook your own heart healthy meals at home. This is a grain called farro. And it's a lot like rice. It's a whole wheat product. It comes from a very specific type of wheat plant, mostly in Europe. The advantage of this type of grain is that it's a whole grain. And the advantage of whole grains is that it continues to have the germ and the bran. And what does that do? Well, it slows down absorption in the gut. And so these types of grains have less impact on your blood sugars. And so we like to use these in cooking, and we like to interchange these with other grains that can increase your blood sugars very quickly, like the typical arborio rice that you use for risotto. So we're going to make a risotto out of this grain. So we'll start with about a cup of this. But first of all, we're going to start like any risotto starts. We're going to start with a little bit of olive oil. Remember, it's a heart-healthy oil. We're going to get that started on our pan here. So we got about 2 tablespoons of olive oil there. We're going to swirl that around in our pan, let that get heated up. Shallots are like onions. If you don't have shallots, you could use plain white onions. We're going to get that started in our pan. And we're going to have to kick this up a little bit. So we're going to get that going in our pan. Shake that around a little bit. We're going to soften up those vegetables. There are two options here for this recipe. You can start with cooked farro, which has already been boiled. You don't have to do that, but it's gotten softened up. In our case, we're going to use dried farro, which is very inexpensive. Can be found in most grocery stores in your specialty section, and it looks like this. So we're just going to throw that in, and we're going to brown it for a little bit. And that's going to brown up nicely. It's going to give a little toasted flavor to the farro, which I think adds a little bit more to this dish. Get the rest of that olive oil on there. All right. Now once that's toasted, we're going to add stock. We're going to add warm stock to this, and then we'll start the cooking process. So we're going to start with 2 cups of vegetable stock. You can buy this at the grocery store. They come in Tetra Packs. They're ready to go, or you can make your own vegetable stock if you're so inclined. So we're going to pour that right in here. All right, we're going to let that go for a little bit. We're going to bring this up to a simmer. And just like any risotto, we're going to cook this just like any other risotto. It's going to absorb the liquid. It's going to become soft, but it's going to take some time. So we'll be back when this is closer to be ready. And we see that it's sort of softened up. The grains have softened up. It's absorbed most of this liquid, and you have a little bit of a broth in there. You can cook that down a little bit more, but I think this is pretty good. Just watching it sort of cook down is to put a little bit of butter and Parmigiano Reggiano. We're going to do this off the heat, so we're going to turn our burner off. We're going to put in about a tablespoon of butter. So that's about a tablespoon of butter. Off the heat, we're just going to mix that in, let it melt into there, just like any other risotto would be. That's pretty much melted. The next step is to put a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano. This is from a just shredded Parmesan cheese. We're just going to put a little bit in there, just like any traditional risotto. I'm going to mix that through. So it makes sort of a, almost like a little soup. The grain has enough starch to give it a little sauce. Melts the cheese. And there you have it. We finish with a little bit of salt and pepper to taste. And that is a healthy grain to have with hopefully roast chicken and a butternut squash soup, as well as our soup that we had from Dr. Nash's. Okay.
One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You can do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce, that all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
My name is Josh Lewis. I'm the owner of Element Sports. We're located here at 2009 South Loudon Street. I moved into Winchester in 2005. I took a job here at Element Sports in 2006 and worked full-time here for a while. And then but in 2014, I came back here part-time, and then the owner was looking to retire, so I ended up buying his inventory and the name and starting my own shop. Well, I love the Winchester area here because there's so much to do outdoors. Stevens City has the park there. In Jim Barnett Park, you have the BMX track, and in the county, there's a lot of great road riding out here. I mean, so many backcountry roads that are just very picturesque. Vance's Cove is great for mountain biking and hiking. We love getting out and having adventures here. Come in and ask me, I can get you maps, I can give you routes. Yeah, we have all the elements for your next great adventure.
You know the name, Solenberger's Hardware, but did you know they have sporting goods, guns, ammo, archery, hunting blinds, everything for the outdoorsman? Come get some.
Gary and Mary, we go back 33 years. My first career, you were my insurance agents there. There are insurance agents at the Chamber. I remember vividly when Gary made the brave move to go out on his own 20 years ago and everybody going, oh, is he crazy? Oh my goodness. And here you are. Look at what you've built. What an incredible celebration today is for you. 20 years at TWG. Gary, cut the ribbon!
We're just thrilled that everybody's here, and thank you so much. We've just had so much support from the community and the Chamber, and Cindy and her group, and especially our customers and all of our great employees. We're just extremely excited and looking forward to the future. So thank you very much. This is fantastic.
Thank you for your service to our community. Gary, all of you represent such integrity, quiet strength of a leader that is so respectable. Thank you for what you do for us.
Thank you very much.
All right, and Les Weeks from the Winchester City Council here to also share a little bit about...
Well, just on behalf of the city, I've known these two partners since they started. I was fortunately being the neighbor to one of them. I'm in insurance. I've been trying to keep up with them ever since, and it's a great goal. I mean, you look at their team here; they do a fantastic job. You can read their website, trust, and, everything else they live by. It's phenomenal. It just shows what a brave step can do, and good partners and good leaders. So, congratulations.
I am Christine Patrick. I own the Winchester Book Gallery in Old Town Winchester. Winchester Book Gallery was started by a couple of people in 1972 just on Boscawen Street, which is right outside our back door. It was started as a general interest bookstore. It still is a general interest bookstore, and since that time it's been owned by 7 sets of people, and we have owned it the longest for 11 years. I had been running other people's businesses, and this was a great way to sort of celebrate what Winchester was and own my own business. Winchester has all kinds of people who come here and live here and work here, and so the bookstore offers a great collection of history books and children's books, fiction, for every type of reader. What I like is that it has that small town feeling, but it's actually a sampling of all kinds of people, so the bookstore lets me witness that, right? From new readers and little kids to librarians and teachers, but also to historians, people discovering the long history of people who have lived here and traveled through here. We have such a broad variety of things in Old Town itself that somehow at the bookstore we can reflect all of those things.
I'm Cynthia Schneider, the CEO at the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we welcome you to our community. Looking at your long history, we welcome you to this area, particularly Winchester. We know that you are going to be great community partners. We see that as one of your missions and your purpose. We've also noticed how you engaged with us right from the onset. So we want to thank you. We want to to celebrate with you today as you open your offices here at 112 North Loudon on the Old Town Mall. So, Colin, I believe you're the man on the go here, so you'll tell us a little bit more about the history of your company and what you're going to do here in Winchester with us.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction today. Thank you for welcoming us today. I was just talking about how amazing this community has been to welcome us in with wide arms to Winchester. We felt that from day one, coming in and experience along the way. For Warfel, this is year number 111, but also we're starting year number 1 in Winchester. So we've got a long way to go to catch up to that. And we're excited to do that with the community. For us, we're excited to bring our Clients for Life mission here, and that's a responsibility that we own to be good stewards and partners in the community. The way that we do business through our core values of honesty, integrity, accountability, teamwork, and initiative. And we feel that marries up very well to the local community. And so I'm excited the whole Warfel team here today. There's a lot of hard work that's went into this moment to get here today. And so I'm so thankful for that. And I have Mrs. Judy Shiley from Shenandoah Valley, Westminster, Canterbury, who actually helped us get here. It wasn't necessarily on our path to start, but Shenandoah Valley decided they were going to take a gamble on this northern Warfel construction, and you know what? We fell in love with the area, and we're so thankful for that gamble Gina took on us, and we're excited to be here, plant roots, and be here for a while. And so thank you for the welcoming along the way, and we're excited for it.
One of the things I noticed as I was reading a little bit about your company is that you all have a focus on being relational, and that's one of the things that sets our community apart. So you're in the right place. Some of our neighboring communities, a little bit over the mountain, we hear they're a little more transactional, but they're really relational here. We know that's what it takes to do good business, so we welcome you. So I think we're going to cut a ribbon here. So who's going to help with that? We're going to have the next generation up here. That's right. All right. Hold the ribbon for us. You guys over here. See, your parents are really thinking ahead because someday you all are going to have a place to live. Way down the road.
With the families up here. So we have the whole Davis men over here. So Steve Davis, who is going to be overseeing our Virginia operations down here, and it is 4 kids, and we have the Cotter kids, 50 kids a year, and then 2 hungry school boys on the end. So that's the breakdown we have. And then John Gustavus, who's going to be overseeing our pre-construction efforts down here as well. So it's
all right, Warfel Construction, up the ribbon! Welcoming you to the membership of the Chamber. We are over 750 members strong. We are a business organization in the top of the community. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Terrific. Do you have any idea? Thank you. So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out. We've heard these last thing every year. We wanted to invite everyone next door to really excited. We're going to have some more beers, refreshments. So feel free to go over, stop by, stay as long as you want. Have some fellowship and look forward to speaking with you all. Thank you.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush, or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
Winchester's a little secret. More and more people are finding out about it now. It's a delightful place to live. And now with Westminster Canterbury, they're coming for that.
Westminster Canterbury opened in 1987. We want residents to enjoy their life. We want to give them the highest quality of life possible. We want them to have fun, to enjoy, to share their life experiences, and really just enjoy and contribute back to the community in all the ways that they do.
The thing for us was we wanted to be able to move to a retirement community where we could enjoy all the amenities, enjoy everything, and really feel a part of the community.
This place offers so much to the residents. Really, there's just not anything that anyone would want or need that isn't right here at your fingertips.
It is such a lovely place. You meet people, you instant friends.
Everybody has a story. You'll be amazed at the kind of people that you meet here. It's wonderful. It really is.
We considered several other locations, and this took the prize.
We're just delighted that we made the move when we did, and it's worked out well.
I think Westminster has become a family, and you see it every day. And that's what's nice.
Well, welcome everyone to this ribbon cutting. Woo! Get a big shout out. Woo! Oh, I am Cynthia Schneider, and I'm the CEO at the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I am thrilled to be here with Vicki again with an expansion of this wonderful endeavor of I Can Too. And if anyone can, it is Vicki and her team. They get things done. I understand the depth of this story that's brought this wonderful store to this place. It is a miracle that I have been privileged to watch unfold over the last year. With Julie Taylor, former owner of Messiah Bookstore, a long-standing business here in the Top of Virginia community, coming together with Vicki to help get this bookstore back open here down in Stevens City to serve our community. One of the few bookstores really still open, small bookstores. So we're just thrilled to have it. And then the work that it's going to do, that allow the training that's going to go on here. I'll let Vicki tell you about that. But we want to kick off with a word of prayer. So I'll let you give a start there.
Let's pray.
Okay.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this amazing time that we can gather together and celebrate what you have done so far and what you're about to do in a new way. God, thank you for you are a God that values life and people, and you generously give out gifts to everyone. And I thank you for the talents of these young men and women that have brought together with the bookstore, Lord, that you're going to display your glory to people in a way that's going to be astounding. And so we come today and we not only dedicate this store and these displays, we also just pray that your glory would encourage people as they come into this store and they discover things built by human hands, Lord, and gifts that you've given. So we thank you for this moment that we've gathered together. We celebrate it, and we thank you for your blessing upon it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And now to tell you a little bit more about I Can Too, Vicki Robertson, who is the visionary behind it all, the hardest working woman I know. Go ahead, Vicki.
Well, I just want to thank all of you for coming out today and for the support of all of our family and friends and the community and the mayor and the police. Thank you all so much for supporting us and for Stevens City being an amazing town. And I want to tell you all, these guys have worked so hard, and I Can Too, developing products that when we started out with this little store, we couldn't keep it stocked because we would sell everything as fast as we would make it. So we thought we were going to have to close this location. And then, thankfully, people were praying all along the way, and God just kind of intervened. And he brought two people together, one that was having failing eyesight with people with disabilities that wanted to be her eyes, that could come in here and help her got to work the register, and they love stocking the store and getting things ready and learning the cash register. So these guys will all be working here along with Julie, and we're going to serve this community and this light that we pray will shine from this place. We're going to have community reading days where we invite people in to read with us. And I feel like it's just going to be an amazing experience for everybody. So today, we're going to have a special thing. I am going to ask the hard-working participants to help in this ribbon cutting. Okay. So I need Emily. Come on up here, honey.
Come on,
You hold this
Emily.
side. You and Hannah hold this side.
Stand
with
right
Julie.
there, Emily, real tight, okay? Hold
Jackie,
it tight.
you and Philip.
Anna, you gonna stay here, Anna? Okay. Okay. Anna, you coming? Where's Philip? I know Philip wants to help.
Philip, where are you?
Philip, where are you? Come on, Philip, get your hand on there.
Philip.
Right there. Don't get it where the scissors are. Right there. There you go. Hold tight. You guys gotta hold really tight.
Rusty right here. He's a hard worker. He's a good woodworker. He's a cook. He's just about everything you could possibly think of.
Okay.
Cut our ribbon.
Woohoo!
All right, Rusty.
All right, ready? Big,
All right, Rusty,
really big. Woo! Woo! All right, we'll take those out of your hands.
Thank you all so much for coming. Come in and feel free to shop. We have refreshments also.
And real quickly, on behalf of the South Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome the I Can Too bookstore to the chamber. There you go. Thank you. All right. Come in and shop.
Yes, come in and shop.
Hi, I'm Eddie Richard. Our business is Richard's Fruit Market. We're family owned and operated since 1878. My mom and dad actually started our farm market back in 1953, the year that they got married. So we have been at the same address for 67 years, basically under the same roof, but still on our same property. Apples, peaches, vegetables. We raise beef cattle, so we have our own steaks, roast, in a freezer for sale fresh from the farm. Winchester has wonderful restaurants, wonderful places to go eat, bed and breakfasts, Airbnbs, campsites, festivals, wineries, breweries, lots of family activities. Come on by and see us sometime.
Well, welcome everyone. We are at 760 Warrior Drive, one of our newest members and newest businesses in the Stevens City area. Newtown Mail and Print. And Mark and Joy are the new owners. Brave souls have started a wonderful new business, but a great service here. I'll let them tell you all about it.
So it's Newtown Print and Mail, and we're here at 760 Warrior Drive, Suite 2. We provide all types of shipping services. We have all your packing materials. We can do postal service, FedEx. We're working on UPS. We can provide you with mailbox rentals so that you can have a street address and have your packages delivered here. We do wonderful print services, from small photos to big banners, yard signs, wall crawlers, anything you can think of. And we have lots of office supplies and retail. Come by and visit us and see what we can do for you.
To all you South Frederick County folks, this is going to save you a lot of gas, shorter drive, great customer service.
Local
Mark,
people, local ownership.
that's right. Local people, local ownership. Mark, kick us off with the great
All right.
ribbon cutting. Here we go. Woo! There we go. And on behalf of the South Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our membership and our business community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to First Bank, where there's power in one. One bank that's big enough to deliver technology, yet small enough to remember it's still a people business. I hope you'll come to First Bank to find out for yourself.
Founded in Strasburg, Virginia in 1907, we remain committed to those who have helped shape our organization, from our employees, customers, shareholders, and communities.
First Bank staff is highly focused on the customer experience. They're always ready to lend a hand, offer advice, and do whatever it takes with a smile and a gracious attitude.
At First Bank, we value your relationship and provide all of the services, technology, and convenient options you'd expect, delivered by people who truly care. Your deposits are handled with care and reinvested into the communities where you live and work. At First Bank, we believe one person can make a difference, and one bank can have an impact on its community. First Bank. There's power in one.
Well, welcome everyone. I'm Cynthia Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we're here to celebrate at 1104 Amherst Street, Suite 200, the growth and expansion of ARE AIDS response effort here in Winchester, Virginia. Katie Vance, Executive Director, is going to tell a little bit about why they're expanding.
Yes, thank you all so much for coming. So we have been so fortunate, thanks to our partners and our community, to be able to expand our testing services and our case management services. We now have 16 staff members and give over 500 tests each year for STI testing, HIV testing, and hepatitis C testing. And we serve over 100 folks living with HIV in our community. And we also provide housing for almost about 100 folks in our community each year. And so we were able to expand to this new location to be able to provide more private and trauma-informed testing spaces for folks. And we're so excited about our new location, so thank you all for coming today.
And so the corporate offices are still down on Piccadilly, but if you need health services, housing services, you're going to come here to Amherst, right on the bus route. So we're going to celebrate this great expansion by cutting the ribbon. Yes. Maybe cut the ribbon. With us today, Mayor of the City of Winchester, David Smith.
Thank you, Cynthia. Penny, I want to say congratulations on your expansion, and I know that you guys have been cramped on Piccadilly Street for such a long time, but this expansion just shows all the good work that you're doing in the community, that people are finding the place to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then to commemorate this great day, we'll express our appreciation for your membership and to recognize your growth here in this area. Thanks for your service. Thank you. Yay!
I'm Dan Alexander. I'm a clinical cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
I'm Tricia Nashid, also a cardiologist at Winchester Cardiology and Vascular Medicine.
And we're here to share some of the recipes that we make for our own family that we feel are heart healthy and may give you some ideas to cook your own heart healthy meals at home.
I am going to make a heart-healthy chicken and bok choy soup. So this one is a very low carbohydrate for diabetics and has healthy ingredients like chicken breast and bok choy, which is a form of Asian celery. We're going to start here by adding 4 cups of chicken stock, low sodium, to a stock pot. I'm going to follow that up with about 2 cups of water. And give that a stir. To that, I'm going to add about a pound of chopped chicken breast. I went ahead and chopped it to about a 1-inch dice, or whatever size would seem good for you in a soup, and we just add that right in. Give it a stir. Next, I'm going to add some Asian types of spices, some garlic, ginger, celery. This is about 2 stalks of celery. This looks like a little bit more than 2 scallions, so we'll just add about half of that in there. Give it a stir. Add 2 or 3 cloves of chopped garlic, 1.5-inch piece of ginger, which will be about 1 tablespoon, and go ahead and add that in. Don't like spicy food, you can omit the jalapeno. I think adding a little bit gives it good flavor. You can add anywhere from 1 to 3 teaspoons, whatever you would want. I'll put in 1 teaspoon here. And next I'm going to put in about 1/4 cup of fish sauce. We'll just bring that to a boil until the chicken is cooked through. Once the chicken is cooked, we'll add the bok choy in. So our soup has been cooking for about 10 to 15 minutes. We just want to make sure that that chicken is cooked all the way through, no more pink on the chicken. And so I'm going to reach across here. This is our bok choy. It has a lot of greens in it, really healthy. We're just going to add those into the soup. Cook them for just a minute or 2 until they're wilted. All right, that looks pretty well cooked down. So we're just going to take a ladle and go ahead and serve it in a bowl. It smells delicious. I think it's the fish sauce combined with the chicken broth that really brings out that umami type flavor in the dish. One of the things we added was citrus to a lot of the portions of the meal. Citrus is a great way to add flavor without adding salt or sugar. This is a good example of a appropriately portioned plate. There is protein, usually about the size of a deck of cards. There is a whole grain, which should keep about the size of your fist or smaller. There is a side of soup. The soup has a lot of beta-carotenes, vitamins. The more color there is to your vegetables, the more nutrients there are. There is another side soup here. Oftentimes you can do a sauteed green or another vegetable. It's a good idea to put 2 vegetables on your plate with each meal. You could do green salads. This one features a lot of bok choy, so although there's some protein in the soup, it also features a fair amount of vegetable.
The other element that we like to introduce in food is sort of non-tasting, so it's color. So you see the color in this soup, the color of the green sauce, that all adds to making food taste better, actually. And that's why we add little small bits of green, or that's also part of the meal itself, but adds that bit of color and makes the meal seem more exciting.
My name is Chonati Luciano. I'm the owner of the Thai Winchester restaurant in the Old Town. I came here 2005. I was an international student pursuing my human resources master. And then after I graduate, I moved into Winchester, and I got a chance to help my aunt in her restaurant. Seeing our customer enjoy our Thai food and got a chance to tell them how beautiful Thailand is made me happy. Most importantly, it makes customer happy. Since then, I realized that I like to make people happy. I think that was the beginning of me working at the restaurant business. Winchester is a very nice area, especially Ota, I would say. It's not too big, it's not too small, it's just perfect. It is safe, full of the sweet people and lovely families. There is a lot of history, landmarks, and beautiful buildings. It's a place that you and your family can enjoy the shops and the restaurant.
Welcome everyone, I'm Cynthia Schneider, CEO at the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, where we connect business and community resources for mutual success. And today we get to do just that as we celebrate the opening of Brightview here in Stevenson, Virginia, right off of Route 11 North behind the sheets. They're offering a great service to our community, and I'm going to let Ray Good tell you all about it.
Brightview is a comprehensive outpatient addiction treatment facility here in Winchester, and we really follow the biopsychosocial model. Dr. Ryan is one of our founders, and I was watching a presentation that he gave last night, really highlighting the reason that he started Brightview. And it really is that this disease, addiction, and substance use disorder is a community disease. It affects every part of the community, and the best way to treat that is evidence-based therapy and case management, as well as having a medical provider, all of which we provide on site. And one of the things he also highlighted is really eliminating barriers for patients. So that is same day treatment. Patients can not only be seen today if they're here by 3, between 8:30 and 3, Monday through Friday, but they also can be treated that day. Secondarily, insurance, all insurances are accepted, and no insurance. We'll help them get signed up if they don't currently have insurance. And Lance, I don't know if there's additional things that you would add about our program.
Yeah, I think other thing is we do have a 24/7 call center, so if anyone that needs treatment can call 24/7 and be able to get booked for the next day for appointments. And I think big things to just re-highlight that Ray said, we will help anyone that needs addiction treatment. We don't want cost to be a barrier for saving somebody's life, so even if they don't have insurance, feel free to send them in and we will work with them.
All right, so Xavier, who's the head of operations here at Brightview, is going to cut the ribbon and start the celebration. Woo! Woo! And on behalf of the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our business community. And again, thank you so much for this really needed service that you're providing for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome everybody, I'm Cynthia Schneider, CEO at the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, where today we again get to celebrate the growth and expansion of a tremendous community program here with the Froggies Closet folks, Families Reaching Out group. They are moving into a new space here at 200 North Braddock Street in downtown Winchester. So we're going to kick them off with a celebration. Got a board member here. John, would you please cut the ribbon?
Indeed.
We got a really big got a little help from your friends.
Right.
And then Tina and you will share a little bit about your mission and purpose here.
Okay, our mission statement is families caring enough to provide the basics and beyond that all children deserve. And what we do here is we help foster children, children at risk, and children in need with clothing, books, toys, diapers, anything they need, we have it. And it's all because of our amazing community that we're able to do what we do.
Thank you so much for what you're doing. In commemoration of this special day, and thank you again for all that you do for the community. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
What I'd like to say as a city council that this is a wonderful day for Froggies opening up their brand new site. It's a beautiful site, much needed space from down South Loudon Street. I remember when our son was the president of Interact at Hanley, he went to Froggies a lot to do different projects, and he enjoyed it. That was one of his favorite things, going down and helping Froggies. So this is exciting and a much needed organization for the city and all our kids in our community. So thank you.
I'm Dr. Owen. This is my wife, Dr. Amber. We own Smiles Virginia Family Dental Center here in Winchester. If you're looking for a new dentist, we'd love to have you as a patient. We've won Best Dentist in Town the last 3 years running from the Winchester Star Readers. And we're a very proud member of the Chamber of Commerce here in town.
Well, on behalf of the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, I would like to welcome Miles of Virginia here to your new location. Founded in 1931 from the Amherst Street, moving here now to Cedar Creek Grade. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the top of Virginia Regional Chamber ribbon cutting celebrating the 90th anniversary of H.N. Funkhauser & Company. It's my privilege to be here today, especially to say congratulations to Bob Claytor and his family and his team. 90 years serving this community in this region with petroleum needs, food, fun. Thank you so much for all you do for us. The Claytor family has been tremendous supporters of the Chamber. They have supported our community leadership program for many, many years, often having the students a part of the program, really showing their employees how valuable they are to being leaders in our community at every level. So we want to celebrate today with a ribbon cutting. Bob's going to cut the ribbon and then tell you a little bit about his business and why we can celebrate. Bob, cut the ribbon!
I'd like to thank each one of you all for being here very, very much. You can't make it 90 years without having a lot of good partners and a lot of good customers. And we've been so thankful that the community has really embraced us for all of these years. All of these team members, when Hugh Funkhauser started, there was 1 employee. When I came here, there were 6 employees. So we've been blessed with a lot of good folks helping us out along the way. And all of these people behind me today have made it possible for us to still be here 90 years. So thank you very much. We appreciate your being here. We appreciate all these folks' hard work. We appreciate the support of the community and for the Chamber of Commerce too. So thank you all very, very much.
And then on behalf of the City of Winchester, we have Councilman Leslie here to have a few words as well. Congratulations.
Bob, congratulations. 90 years celebration is fantastic. I know I've talked to you, you're a good friend of mine. Growing this company, just what you said, from 6 employees up to what it is now, is a compliment to you and your family running it. I know you got petroleum products, the lubricant products, the Handy Bar brand, but you've been a big asset to not just Winchester City, but the whole community. So congratulations, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Welcome everybody. I'm Cynthia Schneider with the top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we are here today to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Bellman Library and their incredible community service. Thank you for being here today. I'm glad to be able to celebrate such an amazing organization and all the work that the Hanley Library System does in our community. I'm going to turn this over to Mary Anson to share a little bit about what's going on today.
Hi, thank you so much, Cynthia. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy that all of you are here with us to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Bowman Library. And I am very happy to introduce our director, John Huddy. Let me say a few words. There you go.
Thanks for coming today, and thank you to the Chamber for bringing this all together. And thank you for coming and doing the ceremony with us. 20 years ago, there was an idea, 22 years ago, 25 years ago probably, there was an idea to put a library here. The Bowman family and especially donated enough money to think this a reality. The citizens of Frederick County gave their money to make this a reality. We've been working over the last 20 years to make sure this library has been top-notch. It has been extremely well attended, and the building is still inside. The interior still holds up. It doesn't look dated. It's airy, it's spacey, it's beautiful. People love it. They love the parking. They love the location. It's tied into the lake. Everybody loves this place. I love bringing my dog in the material. So thank you to everybody who made this happen, and thank you for coming today and for you. Final close. So thanks to everybody, and let's celebrate the
Got the ribbon.
touch of that.
Here we go. I have a little gift from Mary. I apologize that it's cold and rainy. But this is for our library.
Thank you. Oh my. And I just say what this is? It's a $100,000 donation to the library. So it really made me cry. Wow. Wow. Yeah.
Curtis, while we all collect ourselves, what a generous gift.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
And this is Elise from the Berkeley.
I have no doubt that our community will put this hard to work. Thank you so very much for your generosity and everyone for coming today to make this a wonderful celebration and for you putting the cherry on top of everything else.
Oh my goodness, yes. Thank you. And yes, Lee Steingoldberg from our board and Dave Steckmeyer, who's a liaison from the Board of Supervisors.
Just on behalf of the people of the Shining District and Frederick County, especially the families who see throughout this ceremony. Just want to thank the staff and the volunteers for the incredible difference that you folks have made in the lives of all of us. Best wishes to you that you continue to be successful in strengthening the ability of people to read and to learn about our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mary and John, Deb, on behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we would like to present this plaque to you as a token of appreciation and celebration of this great event. Thank you all for being here, and again, what an amazing community, such great community support. I think, Dave, what you said, so many wonderful volunteers, the Friends of the Henley Library that pour so much into building this organization, keeping it running, and providing us an opportunity to learn and grow throughout our lives and make this such a rich community. Thanks for celebrating with us today.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm Mike Cundiff. I founded Cundiff & Associates in 1980 with a commitment to excellence and personalized service.
We serve the needs of the Top of Virginia region with accounting, auditing, tax and estate services, management consulting, IT and accounting systems design and installation. We take the time to integrate the latest technology, but we understand the importance of the personal touch. Cundiff & Associates CPA, old-fashioned service, but with up-to-date technology.
If your business allows customers to access Wi-Fi, what happens when there's too many customers on the network at once? Have you heard of Wi-Fi 6? It's the next-gen Wi-Fi that delivers 5G-like performance, so you can rest assured that your customers will have access and you're not overloading your network. Netmaker Communications can upgrade your business Wi-Fi today. Click or call for a free consultation.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you very, very much to Victoria Kidd
owner of the Hideaway, our beloved cafe, for allowing us to do this here. It seemed like a wonderful place, an appropriate place for it. So it's been a while since we had the I Can't Breathe March in recognition of the tragic death of George Floyd. And thankfully, we haven't had that here because we have our wonderful law enforcement. We're so grateful to have the law enforcement officers. We have the organizations, our chief, our sheriff, and that we can all work together on issues like this and make the community, keep our community as safe as it can possibly be for everybody. So I'm very grateful to all the advocates from all professions and walks of life who work on these issues. Hi there. I've been stung 5 times in the last 2 weeks and bitten by a snake. And yet she doesn't flinch.
Great.
Life on a farm. So thank you so much for everything you do, and for providing that specific opportunity for grieving and healing and recommitting to each other to fight for racial equality. There are community members here that are not directly honored by the commending resolution, but who helped make the march possible. So thank you to all of those. And some of that was expediting permit requests, providing financial support, helping to generate support in the community. This march was unique because of the way the entire community mobilized. Activists, citizens, religious leaders, law enforcement, business community, local government, and more. This wouldn't have been possible without the participation of so many different facets of our communities here. And 2 years later, yes, Black lives still matter. And we want to always recognize that. So this resolution passed on a bipartisan, unanimous basis through the House of Delegates, showing that my colleagues across the Commonwealth and I all acknowledge the hard work you put in to organizing this march and the value it brings to Winchester and Virginia as a whole. I'll read the text of the commending resolution, which will become a part of official Virginia state record from here on out. House Resolution number 549, commending the organizers of the I Can't Breathe Walk in Winchester, agreed to by the House of Delegates August 28, 2020. That long ago, huh? Whereas in June 2020, more than 500 people attended the I Can't Breathe Walk in Winchester to protest the death of George Floyd, raise awareness of police brutality, and demonstrate support for social justice. And whereas the I Can't Breathe Walk was organized by Terrence Wilson, Ashley Christine Adcock, Haley Arnold, Samuel Tanner, Latasha Dozier, Victoria Kidd, and Andrew Mudd, and sponsored by Tina Stevens Culbreth and Rodney Culbreth, friends of the nonprofit I'm Just Me movement. And whereas the I Can't Breathe Walk began at the Shenandoah Valley Civil War Museum and proceeded through downtown Winchester. After the walk, more than 30 speakers, including religious leaders, elected officials, community activists, and local residents, addressed the need for police and societal reform. And whereas the I Can't Breathe Walk was attended by people of many races, creeds, and backgrounds and built a strong sense of peace, unity, and purpose, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the organizers of the I Can't Breathe event in Winchester hereby be commended for providing an opportunity for community members to heal and make their voices heard. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the organizers of the I Can't Breathe Walk in Winchester as an expression of the House of Delegates' appreciation for the importance of the event and others like it in the Commonwealth.
So I'm representing Tina today, so she had a whole list of things that she wanted me to say. But first of all, thank you to everyone in the city that came out to be part of this and support march. We also want to thank our city mayor, David Smith, our Winchester Police Chief Piper, along with all of the law enforcement that came and participated in this march. Also, thanks to all the businesses that stayed open during the march. The businesses that stayed open and those that didn't but provided cases of water at their doors. Thank you to the Virginia Regional Chamber for your support and your leadership. You were instrumental in ensuring that the businesses here in town felt secure, felt safe, felt that and trusted that this march was going to be a successful march without any casualties. Thank you as well to the clergy, Pastor Mack of Mount Carmel, Reverend Wilson with St. Paul Church. Who else? There's so many thanks to be given. But thanks also to the young people that were present, that were speakers. This all started because of Terrence and his desire to want to see this happen. And this was expedited pretty quickly. When we said expedited, that's an understatement. So things that take about 6 months to happen happened in 2 days. And a lot of that was because of Kevin with the Battlefield Foundation. If he would have said no to that permit, this wouldn't have happened. So we thank you for providing that permit in such an expedited manner. 2 days, right? I think what normally takes 6 months. Thank you for your financial support as well, for that event as well. And Rodney and Tina, I'm Just Me, they support the young people in this community. And the shift that the young people are making to create a better community, not just here, not just our city, not just our state, but our country as well. And so at last, I just want to say that as you can see, it really took a community coming together, a community putting in all their effort to make this a successful march, a march where people could be heard, a march where people could let their hurt out. It's okay to be sad, and it was okay to hurt, and it was okay to scream, and it was okay to be upset, but also do it in a peaceful and classy manner that we did it here in the city of Winchester. And just one important piece that, we were just all very instrumental in mourning the death of George Floyd. And I also just want to say a huge thank you to Larry Gates. I know he is very excited right now, up in heaven, looking at us right now. Watch out. Going down.
Watch your camera, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never seen that happen. Oh, I never saw this happen.
It's sensing someone there, Kevin.
But anyway, my final thoughts is, thank you everyone that came out and support. And I'll just say, I'll just say that, yes, Tina wishes she could be here today, but she sent me and she sent Maddie, and Sheree is also on our board, I'm Just Me movement, and I have to say it was probably Tina's energy that absolutely busted through all the red tape that might take a while. So thank you to all the organizations that helped this expediting thing, and this is really exciting. So everybody, I want you to know that the mission of the I'm Just Me movement is on the back of our card, strengthening youth, families, and communities through mentorship, education and training, positive development, and community collaboration. And that community collaboration is all about inclusion and diversity. And we're talking about everybody's voice. So when we say I'm just me, it's we want to hear from you. How are you just you, and how are you just you? And most of all, I'm just me because you are all my friends, you are all my cohorts, and we're all in this together to lift our voices about inclusion and diversity. So if you don't know about I'm Just Me, we have a great website. Sheree is in charge of our new logo. We have a new, very personalized logo. My old cards have the old logo, but we're into a new logo now. And we also have another group coming. It's called Triumph Over Trauma. And we're going to be one of 23 organizations around Virginia that are looking to build a trauma-informed community. And that just means that we're all aware of the role that trauma has played in our lives and other people's lives. And we realize that there's baggage over time. So that we want to be going in and working with
especially children who have been impacted by trauma, so that they can build their resilience and learn about having lives where they do feel like they have a voice. So that you'll hear more about that in Triumph Over Trauma, and the I'm Just Me movement is also the sponsor of that group that will be one of 23 around Virginia. So please, if you don't know about I'm Just Me, you're a really important force in this community, and we're all about community collaboration. Necessarily, because you're
Anybody
great
can
at
do it,
that.
Latasha.
You're great at that.
Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you to all the organizers. We're kind of MIA here in the city since the march, but I'm very grateful for all the collaborators and community organizations and businesses that help pull off this march in a safe manner and, like you said, in a classy manner, and definitely in the spirit of Larry Gates, who would have marched right along with us and keeps marching with us as we continue to shift and change our community to the best of our abilities for our young people, and to have as much inclusion and diversity in our city council, and our school boards, in our churches, and in our businesses as well. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Let's continue the good work here in Winchester. Thank you for being here today, and thank you again to our host, Victoria Kidd.
I'm Officer Angela Warfield. I've been a stay-at-home mom for the past 7 years, and I finally decided to pursue the career I've always wanted to do. I got the call that I was hired in May of 2021 and started the academy in July. Suddenly, I went from watching Cocomelon to studying criminal law. I was excited to start the academy, but didn't know what to expect. Honestly, before the range, I hadn't had much experience with guns. I always knew I was strong, but I didn't know how strong I was until I finished defensive tactics training. Now, I feel well equipped to handle any situation that I would find myself in on duty. Traded in my minivan. Driver training was definitely really fun. Definitely helps you feel more comfortable when you have to go fast, especially in the city. It's way different driving. I like being on nights just because the fact that I am a mom. I do have 3 kids. They are pretty young, so it still gives me the time to be at home with them. Not every agency has a lot of females. I think that's what really attracted me to Winchester Police Department. It's just awesome to be in the presence of other awesome females. I'm really glad I made this career move, and I know you will be too. Come join me and apply to the Winchester Police Department today.
Virginia Regional Chamber, where we connect business and community resources for mutual success. And today, we're out here off of Airport Road celebrating Shenandoah Elevators. And I've got Colin Clark with me, the owner of the company. He's going to tell you a little bit about what they do and why you need them. This will probably be our first truest elevator speech. Colin, tell us a little bit about Shenandoah Elevators.
Well, we're a locally owned family business. We've been around for quite a while. We specialize in commercial elevators, but we do everything from elevators to stair lifts to scooters and lift chairs. So we have a wide range of stuff available for whatever you need for your mobility needs. And we have a great set of guys that work with us. We have very quality work, and its customer service is next to none.
So, Colin, let's celebrate. Cut the ribbon. Oh, look at you. Well done. And on behalf of the Chamber, we want to just celebrate with you and the greatness of building your business here in the Winchester region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Powell's Plumbing is your best choice for quality and professionalism. We have a truck in your neighborhood. At Powell's Plumbing, we can handle any plumbing or septic job, big or small, from well pumps to sewer and drain cleaning, as well as leaking faucets and water heaters. Go to powellsplumbing.com for more info and special savings. So, leaky faucets, toilets won't flush or overflowing, kitchen sink backed up. Call Powell's Plumbing. We've got 30 years of serving the community with quality and professionalism you can count on.
Welcome everyone. We are at the Chamber office today welcoming one of our newest members, Elite Plus. Albert's going to tell you all about him, but he's one of our new entrepreneurs, came up with a great idea and was awarded first place at a recent pitch night. And he's going to tell you about some of the great things he's doing, but we're going to first kick off with the ribbon cutting for Elite Plus LLC. Albert, cut the ribbon!
All right.
Woo! Here we go. All right. So Albert's the brawn of the business, and Hannah's the brains, they tell me. So Hannah's going to tell you a little bit about what they do as well as Albert. Tell them about what you do, such a unique idea.
We've been operating for 7 months. We wash out semi-trailers so they can go pick up at shippers with clean, sanitized trailers. Winchester is a huge thoroughfare for trucks. We have a large industrial section here, plus we're off 81. It is a main route for the big trucks that go up and down. We have a lot of shippers and receivers here that need the trailers clean and sanitized so they can reload it with their food, clothes, and anything else without it getting cross-contaminated.
And we definitely would like to thank you all, and we definitely want to thank the Chamber and all the members for giving us the opportunity to be here today. We're super excited to service the community, and we hope you guys give us a call. Look us up at Elite Plus.
Right. So welcome to the Chamber of Commerce. We're so happy to have you and excited for your new venture. If you need your truck cleaned out, you know who to call. Elite Plus.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Welcome to another celebration of a ribbon cutting with the new Microtel Motel here off of I-81 right at North 11. If you are traveling with your family, with children, your moms, we've got everybody here today representing and celebrating this new location to serve our community. Dave, tell us a little bit about this property.
So the Microtel brand, this is actually one of the new types of models, only been around for about 5 years now. This hotel has 78 rooms with an indoor pool and a full-fledged fitness center. We do serve a breakfast every morning, more of a hot continental style breakfast with a pancake machine.
Fun.
David, if you want to see anything else?
Those are good pancakes, Dave.
They are very good pancakes.
We'll be coming on down to visit one morning.
Yeah, so my name is David Cavallero. I represent the hotel as well. Guest Incorporated is the management company. We're based in Strasburg. We're thrilled to be part of this project. We're thrilled to be working with Randy Cron, the owner, and Ned Browning, who couldn't be here today. But this has been a 2-year project, a labor of love, lots of ups and downs, COVID in between. So this is an amazing, amazing day that we're actually open. So we've been open about 3 weeks now. Business is picking up. We had about 61 guests last Saturday, which was amazing for us. So it's great times ahead, but we're thrilled to be part of the Winchester community. I'm thrilled personally to be back in the Winchester community. I had another job and I was all over the place, so it's thrilled to kind of come home and be part of the local scene again. But this is a beautiful hotel. It's in a great location, great ownership, great management, great staff. You know, we're thrilled to be part of the community. As Dave said, 78 rooms. We got about 10 suites, indoor pool, full breakfast. We got a couple showrooms for everyone to take, so make sure you, before you all leave today, you can take a look at our showrooms. Got a little bit of food inside too, food and drinks. So again, I can't be happier to be representing the hotel and working for great owners and working with Dave. So hope you guys have a great afternoon and thanks for coming out.
All right, Dave, let's celebrate and cut that ribbon. Oh, you gotta
get
big.
Woo!
Bigger.
Dave, you gotta squeeze, come on, come on. Slower, slower.
Gotta go big.
Big, big. Come on, let's go. Here we go. We are open!
Oh, let me take those for you. Hold those.
Woo!
No. Okay. And
Oh,
on
yes.
behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our membership. We thank you for your support. And
Thank you.
Anybody that needs a good staycation on a rainy day, come on into that pool and take some swimming.
And we're pet friendly.
All right.
And Dario.
Sure.
Wait a minute.
We're going to take a little break because there's more celebration to come.
We
This
just keep
side-
celebrating at the Microtel.
Before the doors were open, they were already helping invest in the community and supporting some of the fun that goes on here. So we've got Dario Savarese with Full Circle Marketing representing the Shenandoah Valley Apple Blossom Festival today with a presentation as well.
I'd just like to thank Microtel, Randy, and David for supporting the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Festival. Last year we had an amazing festival. Hotels are a vibrant part of making the festival great because the Apple Blossom Festival is a homecoming of sorts. And we have thousands of people coming back to visit Winchester, see family and friends, and they need lovely hotels to stay in, to gather. And so we thank you for your support. Before you even opened, you stepped up to the plate, and that is what it takes, and we appreciate that opportunity. So on behalf of the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Festival, one of our signature commemorative plaques Thank you, gentlemen. We look forward to having lots of people stay here to celebrate Apple Blossom, and we look forward to people checking us out for the barbecue and brews on Labor Day. And you can stay here and get some tickets, and just up the road at the fairgrounds is the event. So thank you, Randy, David, and David.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you much.
Well, thanks everybody for coming. I'm T.M. Dickinson. I'm from Winchester, Virginia. I grew up here. My parents moved here when I was 1. I graduated from Hanley High School. I used to go to Schoenberger's on the mall. That was my grandfather's favorite place to go because he came from Buena Vista, because you could go in and you could buy one screw or one kind of nut and get out of there. He loved that place. And I played baseball for Pepper's dad when I was probably 8 years old. But I haven't, I've been living in Charlottesville for the last 20 years. When I graduated from Hanley in 1988, I went to Hampton-Sydney College. I came home after my freshman year. My brother's 5.5 years younger, and my dad said, "TM, I love you. You're my oldest son, but you can't come home anymore because it's a great big world out there and you're not setting a very good example for your younger brother." So I took off, went to California that summer, and I haven't lived in Winchester since. Reside in Charlottesville now. When I graduated school, I went to work for a wireless telephone company. And back then, that's when we used phones to talk on them. And you had them installed in your trunk, and they were $1,000. And I did that for 12 years. I traveled all over the United States. In fact, in the first 11 years, I moved 7 times. We were living in Little Rock. Got a call. They said, "TM, we want you to move back to Virginia to run the Virginia, West Virginia, and Kentucky markets for Alltel. You can live in Virginia Beach or you can live in Charlottesville." And I said, before they even finished saying Charlottesville, I was like, "I'll live there." That was close enough. And so I started working there for a couple of years, got the call to move back to Little Rock, which was 1,000 miles away from my parents here, and they were we were having children. And my boy's mom said something to me that really resonated. And she said, "TM, you're from somewhere, you know, and I'm from somewhere." She's from Charleston, South Carolina. She goes, "I want the boys to be from somewhere." So I left a career working for a very large company that expected you to move pretty frequently, and went to work with a small startup company, well, not a startup company, small business in Stanton, Virginia called Specialty Blades. They've been around about 20 years. They were doing $14 million a year. I was there 16 years. We grew it to 105 and sold it to private equity in 2018. In 2018, I expected that what I was going to do is just wait for the next flip, you know, hopefully be 53, ring the bell a little bit and stay on. But something happened. I don't know, I'm looking around, it's happened to somebody. I turned 50. I was an empty nester and I was single. And I started to really evaluate what I wanted to do in my second act professionally. And so in the middle of COVID, I left the blade company and went and started my own practice as a fractional vice president of sales. I was betting on a couple of things. I wanted to work with businesses that were below 50 million because I loved that when I was with Specialty Blades. You could be nimble, you can make a lot of changes. I figured that sales issues, and predominantly sales management issues, were a bit industry agnostic. And I also didn't want to live on an airplane. I was talking to Bobby, I would travel 150,000 miles a year. Despite having manufacturing in Stanton, Virginia, and 4 other US-based locations, none of my customers were close by. And I made the decision at the time to kind of do that. So I started Catalyst Sales Performance really to work with small business owners, because one of the things that I'm seeing is a lot of founders will start their business and they get pulled into areas of it that they don't particularly like, or they're not particularly good at. And especially if it's a technological company, sales and sales management is one of those things. You know, they say all the time that sales is a bit of an art. Sales management is more of a science. You know, it's about following a process. It's about making sure that you've got measures in place and you're looking at predictive measures rather than things that are retroactive. I've worked in 5 engagements. I've worked with the sign company we talked about. My friend TJ Ronan at Gropin. I did some work with him. I've worked with an architectural components company called Gaston and Wyatt that does custom millworking, and they also sell Marvin windows and fixtures and things like that. Worked with another blade company in York, Pennsylvania, which also has a sawmill component. And then I've worked with two design and construction landscape companies, one in Lynchburg and then another one also in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So, but today what I want to do is just a quick background about me. I thought that what I would just provide a little content. This won't take very long. If you have questions or you'd like to make comments, I'd really appreciate it. I may call out, say, hey, do you have this issue? But I definitely want to be sensitive to your time. I know that we've all got things that we need to do. So, a lot has changed in the last 2 years. You know, we've got situations where we've got artificial intelligence that overhears what we say, or I think what I think sometimes because it shows up on my phone now about where I want to go. The days of being face-to-face have changed. There's a lot more virtual interactions that happen with Zoom. And, you know, so there's been some changes. I don't think that on a lot of the things that happened that we had to adopt with COVID are gonna go back. We were talking a little bit about supply chain issues, particularly as it relates to chemicals. The saw business, I will tell you, we make bandsaw blades that are used for these huge lumber mills in the Pacific Northwest. The lead time on the material just to make those blades is now 60 weeks. It used to be 12. So you can imagine, you know, we're all dealing with this disruption. And a friend of mine that's also in the industrial coating business that does paints for water towers and sewer pipes, he was saying, you know, just getting the chemicals he needs to make his product. He's taking orders. He's getting orders, and his biggest issue is not getting orders, it's being able to fulfill them. And his business has grown. He's third generation. It's grown 30%. And a lot of it is because people cannot find the supplies that are coming in. Anybody having staffing issues? That's right.
It's probably the biggest call yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is one of these things where we have thrown, and it does, and we need to figure out what it is. It's, you know, $22 an hour for unskilled labor in Lancaster, Pennsylvania seems like a pretty good gig. For a long time, we couldn't get anybody to find it. So we had to get creative about where we go to find the people. And in particular, finding people that are the right cultural fit for us. Somebody that has a hardworking background. You moved out here to the Clearbrook area because of the workforce and the labor force that you could get. So there's lots of challenges that are happening there. Sales practice changes. We'll talk a little bit about the Zoom meetings and things like those types of items. You know, got issues where clients don't want to see you. In the blade business, I was the last person in Medtronic because I was in there for a meeting, and then it came across the wire that they were going to shut down for 2 weeks. And now they have not gone back. My friend runs supply chain for Medtronic and up in Massachusetts. He's moved to Maine. He's still going to do the same job, but he doesn't want to see the suppliers. If they want to see him, they schedule time on Calendly. They hop on a Zoom call. That's the way they're doing things right now. And obviously, a lot of growth challenges. Some of it is I've got more orders than I can fulfill based on supply chain. Some cases, I've gone through the Great Resignation, and I don't have people that want to work. So I, as a small business owner, am working an extraordinary amount of hours and really not paying attention to the more important roles that we have in life, which are outside of work. I'm a firm believer in that. So value-based selling is the new norm. So I'm 52. I got my first sales job. They sent me to Raleigh, and I went through sales training where they talk to you about you've got to create the need. You've got to go and you've got to create the need for the customer to buy this $1,200 phone that goes in the back of their car so they can stay connected. Things are really different now, you know. Now it's about finding pain points. And then the other thing that's really interesting is about 90% of the purchasing decision is made before they ever contact you. They're looking at your LinkedIn, they're looking at LinkedIn, they're looking at your reviews on Google, they're looking at your website. And in order to prompt them, they know exactly what they want. So what we've got to do as organizations is really understand what their main issue is, and then how can we provide a solution to that. Does everybody know what is your unique selling proposition at Sullenberger? Because I love your place. I go there. You're the only place on earth that has 410 shotgun shells right now.
I would say it's our knowledge.
Yeah.
Our customers expect us to know how to do whatever they're trying to do.
Right. And if they have a question, you know where to direct them. Right. I started to think about that for me, and I mentioned it in my introduction. I paid consultants a whole lot of money in my career, and this is a reflection on me. We would sit there and we would create these wonderful documents on everything that was great. We would shake hands. I would stroke them a check. I would take that binder and stick it right on the shelf, right? And then when things had improved 90 days later, it's like, I can't believe we paid that consultant all that money. So I started to think about a different approach. I like longer engagements. I like ones where I'm going to work with the client for a year, make recommendations collectively on what we're going to do the heavy lifting. Because the reason I'm there is because the owner might not be great at sales or sales management. They're better in other parts of their business, and that's where they need to be functioning. I take care of that. I also have some skin in the game. I bet on the success. So 50% of my fee is fixed, 50% is based upon us hitting deliverables that pays out my variable component. And those are kind of my differentiators, I would say, a little bit. I mean, I have lots of experience. Consultants are a dime a dozen. But and then I hire my replacement is really the biggest thing. You know, making sure that I identify that we've got the right people for the right positions, that they get the job, they want it, and they have the capability to do it. So that's my unique selling proposition. I would encourage you all, if you haven't done that work, is think about what separates you as an insurance agent in your business, or as in the hardware business, or in selling the chemicals. Some fascinating stuff we were talking about that Green does on removing rubber from airports. I mean, runways? Who would have thought? But you got to have it, you know.
Our mates love peanut butter like that.
Yeah. So think and make sure you're informing your customers about what's different about signs. You know, where they can go to other places and get it. I mean, why should they come to you? You know, and you don't want it to be price, really. You know, you want it to be service related, or you want to differentiate yourself among the competition. So that's trend one. That's been going on for a while. Trend two, this is interesting for me because I'm so old school. I love being face to face. I still travel Lancaster every 2 weeks and spend a few days with the people. I have counterparts of mine in DC that won't take an on-site engagement. Their thought process is, I could be more effective. I mean, I lose 10 hours of windshield time every 2 weeks to go do that. What they want to do is they want to be on a call with the owner and working with them that way. That's kind of here to stay, but it's tricky. You know, I like to read body language. Most of the communication that you do is nonverbal. You know, you've got to be able to identify that. How do we do that across a video conference screen? You know, how do we make sure we're capturing attention that way? So we mentioned a lot of prospects don't want to or don't need to meet in person. Training for employees, reading body language, I mentioned. How to give a great presentation. This is not an example of that. How to prospect, to make sure you're keeping them engaged. And I'm going to go to another slide. If you all have not read Integrity Selling, it's by a guy named Ron Willingham. I'll tell you a little bit about what we do in the engagements I'm working with. Typically, there's not a sole decision maker, especially if you're doing B2C types of sales. We won't take a meeting at the landscape construction company unless the husband and the wife or the partner is there with them. And the reason being is they're never the same person, right? They're usually somebody that is a talker that wants to just tell you about everything they want to do. And their counterbalance is somebody that's a controller. That's like, I've got $100,000 to spend and that's it. Or I've got a due date that's coming up that we've got to hit. And if we don't have both of those decision makers in, and we don't speak to them in their language, whether it's virtually or in person, we don't have as much success. And so I've never read a business book that couldn't have been a great Harvard Business Review article. You know, they're always a little too long for me. But this is one of the things that I took away. It's looking at behavioral types, and it's from Integrity Selling. I encourage you guys to take a look at that and to get your sales team to really buy into it, because I'm finding that this is very, very true. Yes.
Is there a tool that you use prior to a meeting that you can identify the personalities, or have you just become good enough at it at your meeting that you can figure out who they are?
When I start a new employee, they have a cheat sheet in the back, but it's really based on the conversation and the body language, and you'll get to see it. Or you have, when you vet them over the phone before you have the face-to-face, you can pick up on some cues that might be happening over the phone. Or you can even pick up cues that are in the emails that are written. They can be a little more misconstrued, but typically verbally you can identify who these folks are. You guys use the customer relationship management tool? Which one do you use?
Salesforce.
You do? Okay. How's it working for you?
It works really well as far as keeping the customer data
Right.
and things of that nature. And it's nice because when I'm on the road, I can log into it. If a meeting gets canceled at a location, I can pick 10 other locations in that region and go see them.
Right.
So I like Salesforce.
Is it tied in with your ERP system, or is it separate? Okay, that's the key, right? Especially if you're in manufacturing, having it tied in with your ERP system. At the Blade Company, we didn't, and it was a bit like having a Formula One race car that fired on one cylinder. You know, it's got super capability. It can be overkill for a lot of small businesses. HubSpot, in some cases, you got to watch it. It's free until it's not. There's a few other ones that work pretty well. But I'm going to hop out of here and just kind of show you the CRM that I'm using, if I can get it to pop up. Apologize. So, and I'm, Bobby, do you do stages too of your opportunities?
Not really.
No. Okay. Sorry.
I think we have a different type of end product, so you wouldn't go through that.
Yeah, this is my dashboard. And you could load in prospects. We'll talk about some, you can use this, we'll talk about some more AI tools that you can use to identify potential clients. But what I do with our team is we go in and we've created these different stages of the job. And with each one of the stages, there's a certain number of tasks that have to happen. They're very particular. And then I assign a probability to see on what stage, what's the probability of closing. So I can forecast out and kind of think about what my revenue is going to be. If somebody comes into our website, they've looked at us and they said, hey, these guys look like they might be able to put in a pergola in the backyard and a patio, they'll schedule a consult, 10% probability, you know. Then after we complete the consult, they'll go to maybe 30%. In order to vet them out a little bit more, we charge them for their sit with us. So it's $150 or something. Then they go over, if they enter into a design agreement, they pay us a fee there, and the probability increases. So you can see that, you know, in each stage of the funnel, I know what the representative kind of the dollar value would be for that particular sale. When I started with them, everybody that came in, all business was good business. And it was tying up a lot of our resources with estimating. It was tying up Mary's time with design. She really hadn't even had a conversation with them about ballpark estimates on what it was going to cost. So our close rate was, 20%. Our close rate now, because we're doing a better job on the front end with the resources that we've had for a year, has gone north of 50%. So we're happy about that. If you use there's plenty of CRM tools, lots of them. Salesforce it's tied in great with marketing. It is super robust. I personally think for small businesses, it's a little bit much. But if you're not using the CRM, I would encourage you to start doing that just so you can track activity, you know.
Do you feel like it's the system itself that made the difference in that percentage of 50%?
The key with any of those,
You're kind of catching them. They're booking this, right? The customer's doing it, so you're catching them when they're interested.
that's right. And we'd say we're going to get back to them within 24 hours. The key with this tool is adoption. We had Salesforce and I had 50 users that never touched it. It was a huge expense. They're engineers and they were just like, we're not doing it. It doesn't apply to us. It was like, well, it helps us on the sales side. But you have to be able to adopt the tools and recognize what the tasks are in each one of the stages in order for it to be successful. Let me see here. Oh, I'm sorry, I wanted to make one comment. But when we were talking about virtual, the adoption of technology, on this Christmas of 2020, my friends Sarah and Mike were over. Sarah has done pharmaceutical testing in the United States for 30 years. She sets up trials. And I was asking her about, warp speed. Do we think, because I'd worked with serial entrepreneurs that were having to go through FDA approval, and I watched a lot of great projects just die on the vine because they ran out of money in the approval process. So I asked her, I said, do you think that this is going to be a one-off or is this going to change the culture? She says she's going to change the culture, which is not for the reason that you think. It's forced the adoption of technology that's existed for a decade. I think the same is true in sales. You can be more efficient. It's going to be a different way to sell, but it's one that's here, and we need to get better and more comfortable, especially with seasoned salespeople like me that prefer the face-to-face and the handshake. Got to figure out better ways to do that. Let me see here. Fourth trend is AI. I use a tool called Seamless AI, and I can show this to you later, but I can go in and say, I want to see manufacturing businesses that are between this dollar value and revenues that have this many employees in this geography. And it will print out the names of those businesses. I can drill down on the business and say, I want to see plant managers or director of operations, and thinking about where we were going to sell these wear components that we cut plastic film with, where York saw. It gives me a prospect list. These things are all vetted. I typically end up getting not only their work address, I probably end up getting their social media presence as well as maybe in some cases also their personal web address. It's creepy, it makes me nervous, but it's a tool that's helped us be more directive in terms of how we're going to marketing and identifying who's going to be making the decisions at those facilities. I think when I talked to you at the open house, you said about 50% of your business is it's more than that now, it's residential. It's 50 commercial and then 50, yeah. If you wanted to make a push into the other 50%, and let's just say in a different geography, let's say that you wanted to do something that out in Clark or maybe out in Loudoun County, make a push there to supply contractors or whatever. You could use a tool like Seamless AI to evaluate it. It's an algorithm. It goes out and it scrubs the internet, and it kind of pieces it together. That you work for signs, then it would go, if they determine that, they would go to see if you have any other presences that exist online, maybe personal, maybe professional, and it would do that for everybody within your organization. Same with Fabritech. I was asking you about the tooling. We spent a fortune making tooling that would hold metal that got presented into a grinding terminal that would put edges on stuff. It's, these things, every new customer had their own tooling. Who's doing that type of work? I can tell you Cadence is doing that work in Stanton, and I'll be glad to give you an introduction to them if you want to. But there's plenty of other people that exist up and down the valley that are doing that work, that need, laser drilling or laser welding or Swiss turning, those types of things. And using that tool to identify it it's been pretty helpful for us. The other one, this is crazy. I have a friend of mine that does what I do in Cincinnati, and he uses a virtual assistant. You know, one of the things I think about is what do I really like to do in my business and what I don't like to do. The marketing piece is tough for me. I mean, it's just not something I love to do, but I have to do it. And he has been able to use his virtual assistant just to go in and find articles that post on LinkedIn that ultimately get his readership up. He's gone from 1,000 people to 10,000 people that subscribe. It's $300 a month. He just sets a cap on it. It's what he pays this lady. She's really good at social media. Sean is not. You know, she can go in and make comments. You know, if you on LinkedIn, you can't just hit the like button. The algorithm likes you to type something or to forward it. She does that work for him. She's U.S. based out of Atlanta, and that's a tool that he's used that's worked really well for him. And I've investigated that as well.
Do they have, through Fiverr, don't they have some third-party kind of ghostwriters or marketing?
Yes, could do
It's
blogs.
probably a little bit more affordable than a monthly $300.
Yep, exactly right. And they also have apps on your phone. Like I could sit down today and just hit, does it mind if I record this? Could record it, and then it would transcribe it to text for me. So if I want to make sure I didn't miss any of the details in my note taking, tools like that are available, and I think that they're becoming more and more popular.
On the virtual assistant, is that a program or is that an actual person?
It's a person.
It's a person.
Mm-hmm. Can help you with setting meetings. You know, just imagine before you take off on your trip, if you're going to see 10 people, the virtual assistant can place calls or emails to them and say, just confirming that we have a meeting at 11 o'clock on the 23rd. And it's pretty affordable. You can find them through Fiverr. You know, Fiverr. It's a website that's full of independent contractors, and that's one of the most popular ones to do that type of work. And we kind of covered this. Doing simple tasks, help you with note taking, can help you look at predictive analytics to find the right people. So like the seamless AI is when I make sure. So Tom is out traveling. Tom Bowser is my sales guy up for York Saw. He's on a trip right now. He's landing in Milwaukee and he's doing a loop. He started yesterday. So we know we're going to go see some existing customers, but we also want to identify who are the businesses that are like Crohn's or like this. And we use that tool to identify them. And before he goes out on his road show, he'll reach out to those people to target them. The other thing that we use it for is for marketing. We make these things called paper tube saws. You're going to learn a lot of useless information here. You know, like wrapping paper or any sort of craft paper that you might wrap packages in that you ship, it all has a hollow tube, right? Those are really regional businesses because they can't ship that paper very long because the tubes will get crushed. So there's lots of these people that exist in region to region. The biggest one is a group called Sunoco. They're in Hartsville, South Carolina. Hartsville has one stoplight. It's a $45 billion company. And so they have 80 plants in the United States. We're in the Jackson, Tennessee facility. We want to find out who these other people are and who has the same title as the person we're working with in Jackson, Tennessee, and get them a mailer out that says we're approved supplier of paper tube saws for Sunoco. So those are the types of things that you can do. You can be very, very targeted. The days of chasing smokestacks if you're doing industrial cleanup work, or just looking and saying, well, there's an airport, there's a municipal airport, an FBO here I need to go see. You can go to one place and figure out exactly who it is that you need to talk to there rather than making a cold call. It's a different kind of cold call, but it's not one that puts you in the car and out there with them. Hiring quality sales talent. We've talked about this being a gap. Making sure that people can do virtual phone calls. I mean, do these Zoom calls. The other challenge is, and no offense to our younger people that are here, I have a 24-year-old son and a 20-year-old son. Their friends don't know how to talk to people, right? They're much more comfortable in being able to communicate my thought, this stands, there's not going to be any back and forth via text or via email. than they are in having a 5-minute phone conversation. We may find some middle ground there, but I need to figure out how to adopt technology that's going to better suit younger clients for me, and they've got to do a better job of figuring out what works for them talking to other clients. Again, going back to the behavioral model. So that is a real challenge. Having a good recruiter is a good thing. Having a good connector in your community. Hope McCutcheon is in Charlottesville, Virginia. If you just, I'm connected with her. She knows everybody. I mean, she's not a recruiter, so to say, but what she likes to do is to put people together. Having that kind of network, relying on your clients, I would say we ask our clients all the time, do you know anybody that would like to work on the construction crew with us? And I thought, well, these are people that are spending a couple $100,000 a year, or not a year, a couple $100,000 on a project. They're not possibly know somebody that's going to work for $18 doing an install. I was wrong. They know the type of business that we are. They know the type of work that we do. They've engaged with our employees, so they know the professionalism they have. And we have a lot of success in placing people, even ones that we have to train on how to run a machine or get their CDL license so they can run some heavy equipment. We've had a lot of success that way, so I would encourage that as well. One that I never really thought about, but it's one that's worked pretty well for us. And then the last one is really about outsourcing. We've had fractional CFOs, we've had fractional CTOs. I was hoping that Les would be here today. We've had fractional chief marketing officers that have worked at small businesses for a couple of hours a week or maybe a couple of hours a quarter to kind of get them on the same page. We have fractional sales management. So if you find that you're in a position where I just can't really relate to salespeople, I don't know how to motivate them, or I have an engineering background and I don't know how to interact with these. There are resources that are available for somebody who can come in for a fraction of a full-time cost that can help you get up to speed into even if you've got to hire your first salesperson. I've done Gropin Signs. The CEO was the chief salesperson. He's got 1,000 other things that he needs to do rather than going out and trying to drum up business. Especially when you start talking about, I want to have an exit strategy in 10 years. I want to sell the business. I had to look at him and I go, you can't. You are the business. He's working 80 hours a week. He's about to be a first-time father at 43. And he's just gotten kind of screwed up. So he's got to build his team out. He's got to find somebody that's comfortable in handling the large relationships, prospecting for new business. So we put some things in place that could help him do that so he could adopt the CEO role. And the benefits are you can hire those people without having to pay their health insurance benefits. I would tell you that if I talk to most owners, they'll say, I'll ask them, what do you want to do in the next 2 years? And they always, in terms of revenue growth, they say, I hope to. What did Red say in the Shawshank Redemption? Hope is a wonderful thing, but it's not a sales strategy. We've got to think about what we're doing. And lots of times they would just rather have somebody, they'd rather delegate that and elevate someplace else. And there's close to 200 of us that are in the United States. We're all sole proprietors. We work all over. I mentioned I work in Pennsylvania, but I could work anywhere in the United States now with this virtual model. So I would look for those, or virtual assistants, looking at Fiverr, trying to help somebody do your marketing campaign. Yeah, I'm having a piece of marketing material for that Sunoco blade produced for me for, I think it's $25 an hour. There's nobody on my team that can do that. I could go to an agency and it might cost me 10 times that much. But there's lots of independent contractors that are out there that can help you in your small business in all different facets of it. So those are the top 6.
Hello, I'm David McLaughlin. I'm the owner of this old place, the Nancy Shepherd House Inn. I moved to Winchester in 1985 from Washington, D.C. My mother and I decided to invest in this place, so we bought it in 1987 when it came up for sale. We didn't really know exactly what we wanted to do with it, but we knew the building was worth fixing. My mother died in 1996, so then the building came to me. When we obtained the occupancy permit, I decided to open a B&B here. I wanted to have a little place where people could stay and walk to the pedestrian mall. I like the fact that I can walk out the door, go out and grab a bite, come right back, and go to the Village Square and so many other places. I love the essence of old. When I go into an old building, I like it when it feels old. You have to like old places to like this place. I've been here since 1985 now, and I just love the city. Love the county of Frederick, love Winchester, love the Shenandoah Valley. There's so many great things to see in Winchester and Frederick County and all up and down the Shenandoah Valley.
So I encourage you. It's a great course. I'm a little biased. We have one coming up in September. Several folks in this room actually attended it, and we're lucky enough to have a graduate that's going to kind of talk about the course. David told me I'm trusting, so I have no idea what he's going to say, so I'm going to introduce him as one of the brightest individuals I've ever met in my life. He's a star student, and he's got great business, and I highly encourage you to get to know him. So with that, Dave, you want to come up and say your comments?
It is kind of funny. Vanessa singing with me a couple of weeks ago said, you speak about this course. I'm like, sure, no problem. Carrie says, hey, I appreciate you doing it. And never once did they ask what I was going to say. Hey, I'm David George. I'm credit officer for the Bank of Clark County here in Winchester and Florida, Virginia. I'm just going to share a little bit of a story regarding the business leadership program. So early in January, my executive vice president calls me into his room. He says, hey, the chamber's putting on this business leadership program. So if you'd like to support the chamber, I'd like to send somebody to this, which is like, yeah, here's some information. Let me know what it wants. Like, all right. So let me give you a little background on my leadership experience. I was 8 years in the Winchester Army National Guard. Started off as a private. My time was done, I was a first lieutenant. So I had a little bit of leadership experience there. My civilian career, I'm 25 years in the financial services industry. Started off entry level, several management and upper management, whatever positions. So, I'm thinking one day a week, the next 4 weeks. Not really feeling it. Do I really need another?
Great start.
So many
a show of hands for those of you that entered CLP that way.
Being honest. So many seminars, courses. I've been attending them, I've led some, I've been the leader for some. So I go back into my executive vice president's office and says, yes, sir, I would love to attend this class. So, fast forward through this whole program. I am here to tell you, I was wrong. Way wrong. Not even in the same vicinity of being right. This program was unreal. Like nothing I had ever experienced before. Darkus is here, Vanessa, Cynthia, they were all graduates as well. New concepts, thought processes, new ideas. It is upper level stuff. But it was phenomenal. Mental models, leaps of abstraction, ladder of inference, emotional intelligence, life buckets, leadership styles, positional versus personal, the importance of your story, the importance of everybody's story. And I'm just touching a little bit. It was fantastic.
The course has business and personal aspects to it. How you relate to people at your job, how you relate to your spouse, how you relate to your children, how you relate to your fellow employees, self-improvement. I truly am thankful that I took this course in technology. Never stop learning, never think you know it all, because I didn't think I knew it all, but I think I knew enough. Wrong. I recommended it to my HR department, I recommended it to the president of our bank, I would certainly recommend it to you if you have the opportunity. Thank you. It was phenomenal.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cynthia Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we are here today with the team from the Small Business Freedom Alliance, a new member of the Chamber, celebrating their membership and thanking them for all they are doing to help support small business in our region. Here to tell you more about what they're doing for our community is Josh Phelps, Winchester Metals, and the president of the Small Business Freedom Alliance.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thanks for your support. I want to thank the Chamber for their support almost from day one of us kind of getting started. The Chamber's been there as a supporter and partner, so we thank you for that, certainly. Thank our fabulous team of members and leaders that have done all this on a volunteer basis to put this group together. We just felt like small business needed a voice and an advocacy for themselves to educate, to talk about our rights and our freedoms, to make sure that small businesses knew what they could do, what they could not do, and what the government could not do to them or for them. So we formed about 1.5 years ago and have just kind of been growing steadily ever since, purely a grassroots kind of thing. And we're excited that we get to meet here at beautiful West Oaks Farm Market once a month. We meet the second Wednesday of each month. And we try to educate our members each time. We talk about the Constitution, our founding documents, why we're here, and we talk about small businesses, and we allow our members to feature themselves to each other and make sure that everybody understands what they do and how they can support our small business community.
Hattie, would you share with us the founding principles of your organization?
Yes, we believe every business is essential and that we need to stand up for our rights as small businesses and for our families, and that we will educate our membership on what our rights and what we can do as businesses and families in our community.
All right. And now let's do a little celebration with the cutting of the red ribbon.
All right. Ready? You are moving it? That's not fair. Thanks, appreciate it. Got him?
And on behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our membership. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and we're here today to celebrate the launch of Casa Winchester, part of the Keller Williams Group. We just opened their new space down on Loudon Street, but today Lori Bales and her friends Rob Chavez are here to tell us about what they have to offer the Winchester area in real estate.
Listen, we are super excited to be part of the community and help the community buy, sell, and invest smarter. That's part of our mission, and to give back to everybody that is part of the Winchester community. So I'm blessed to be in business with Lori Bales here, and I'm just honored to be part of the community. And so thank you for welcoming us.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
We're going to go to Richard Bell, who's here to welcome you from the Winchester City Council.
Lori, we definitely want to welcome you, the Casa Group to Winchester. I know the talent was already here, but now the business name is here, the brand is here. We expect great things from you for sure.
Thank you.
I know your style. I know your ability, and you will make great work of and make our community better.
Thank you.
So,
I'm very
thank you.
grateful. Thank you to Rob. Thank you to the Kaza Group for coming to Winchester. I'm so grateful to be part of this amazing team and to be the leader in the area. And so we're looking forward to big things and and excited to just bring more greatness to the Winchester area. And so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I noticed that one of your core values, the word was forward.
Forward.
So let's move this thing forward by cutting the ribbon and
There you go.
starting off this celebration.
All right.
Here we go. You got it. Yeah.
Awesome.
On behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, we welcome you to our membership. Hope you can display this proudly in your office. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Let's have
Wonderful.
some fun.
Let's have some fun.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cynthia Schneider with the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber, and today we're here on Braddock Street celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Celebrities Hemp Agriculture LLC and Smoke Lodge. It's really exciting to be here. We were neighbors for quite a while when the chamber was over on Loudon Street. Really proud of what you're doing and really excited to have you really educate the community about who you are, what you do, and why you do it. So.
All right. Well, that's
Okay, you guys, my name is Marcus Shelton. People call me Boo. That's my nickname since I was a kid. I am one of the CEO and owners and founders of Celebrities Hemp Dispensary and Smoke Lodge. And this is my beautiful other half. This is Muffin.
hi, everybody.
We are growers, processors, packagers, and distributors of all natural hemp products. That's who we are. We grow, process, package, and distribute all natural organic products with no pesticide sprays and no chemicals. All natural. We have the real medicine right down here, 326 South Braddock Street.
And you're really unique, you told me, right? Yes, we are unique. Tell me why you're so unique.
Because we are the first African American hemp dispensary, smoke lodge, agricultural. We are certified processors. We are dealers, and we are manufacturers. We're like a farmer's market. We're everything, yes.
And how y'all, she's the grower.
And I'm the grower, y'all.
Muff is the farmer, it's not me. Muff is the farmer, Muff is the grower, not me.
So come on down, visit them, get an education. But for the meantime, we're going to have a little celebration and
I get to cut it.
Cut it, baby, cut it.
Right step back.
I'm right here. Good. Kisses right here.
All right, a lot of love going on here. Yes! So, on behalf of the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber and marking your celebration of your 1-year anniversary, not every business makes it in their first year, so we're really proud of you.
Yes.
Welcome you to our membership. Thank you for your support.
No, thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, babe.
Celebrate.
Yes.
Everybody, let's go celebrate inside and have some fun.
Over Blue Ridge Hospice Thrift Store. Really appreciate you coming out. Fantastic event, great group that's here. We've got Cheryl Freed and we have Cheryl Ringer that are going to be here. We have Anthony Croson, who's the VP of Operations of this. And my name is John Fox. I'm on the board of directors for the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber. We really are excited to have you guys here. Always a great value add to the community and just really, really happy to have you guys here. What you do, the fantastic things. I know you've had guys that are ready to get inside, so let's get everybody in there. I'd like to present you with a plaque, and if you want to go ahead and do your ribbon cutting, we're ready for you guys.
Can we say a couple words?
Absolutely.
100% of the funds that we raise through our thrift stores go directly to unfunded and charity care for our organization. We absolutely could not operate in the way that we do without the community support that we have. And so I appreciate Cheryl and Mike and Anthony and everybody involved in opening this particular store. I want you to shop today. I'm going to be. And we just thank you for your support. It means so much to Blue Ridge Hospice and so much to all of our communities that we serve. Thank you.
And I know you guys want to shop, and we're in the sun, but I want to just do a couple quick thank yous. Thank you to Mike and Anthony and Tracy for all they've done for opening the store, for our maintenance department, for our delivery drivers, and for all the folks who came out to help us. We couldn't do it without them, but most importantly, we couldn't do it without all the community, all the staff that we have that works at each and every thrift stop. We are so blessed to have you in the community to help us, support us, both donors and shoppers. So let's get shopping.
Pull it tight.
We're going to get started. Got lots happening today. So this is our CEO, Cynthia Schneider. She's going to introduce Miss Sierra. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you want dessert and coffee, get that before Sierra starts talking.
Well, welcome to all of you. I am thrilled to be here today with you. It's always good to refresh our goals about this time of the year, so we need to start thinking about next year. So it's a really good time. I applaud all of you for being here today. And Sierra is a master at helping us see the purpose in our lives and how to live out that purpose. Sierra was our roommate at the Chamber of Commerce last year. We loved being together. I'm really proud of how brave she's been. She saw that she wanted a career change, and she had been a teacher. And so what you'll see today, she really brings a wonderful asset of how to teach and how to really make these goal-setting concepts come to life for you because of her background in the classroom. And so she took this brave step of learning new things and became a John Maxwell certified trainer, and then started her own business, Sierra Learnership Collaborative. It's been 2 full years now. We're at 2 years, about our 2-year anniversary. So I'm going to let her tell you a little bit more about herself and all her credentials and what she's going to bring to you today. But please welcome Sierra Collins.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking time out of your day to be here. There are so many different things that you could be doing right now, and you chose to be in this room, and that's a big deal. So thank you. There was a little bit of argument in here about whether this ends at 1 or 1:30. Danita thinks she said 1 o'clock. I would prefer it go the rest of the day. I have plenty to fill the time. So with that being said, if I speak a little past 1 o'clock, if you're able to stay, I would love for you to stay. If you're not, I will send you additional resources, but I want to make the most of all the time we have together today. So for those of you that don't know me, I am the founder of Sierra Learnership Collaborative, where I'm a leadership development coach, speaker, and trainer. Every day looks a little bit different for me. Sometimes I'm working with youth, sometimes one-on-one with adults, sometimes groups, businesses. It's always different. It's been a really exciting shift for me from education. It was a little scary to think that, you know, I went straight out of school, got my master's in education. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And then things just changed for me over time to really focusing on leadership. And this just seemed like the logical next step. It fit nicely into my life. And I found that the skills that I learned while I was teaching for those 10 years have come in handy in working with adults as well. You guys are not that different from my students, but it has come in handy over time. I do have a quick announcement. Some of you might not have heard this because you haven't seen me in person in a while, or today's the first time we've ever met. But I have been growing my team, and I recently added Lisa Talbot to my team. So my vision for the business when I started was to be able to have an impact on other leaders and other people who consider themselves to be lifelong learners. That's kind of my obsession, is just growth and lifelong learning. And when I met Lisa, she fit so naturally into what that vision was and what I was already doing. It was just the perfect opportunity to expand my influence and continue impacting more people. So I'm excited that she's here. I think this is the first time you've actually been in the audience of anything that I've done. So thanks for being here. You guys are gonna love her. If you haven't met her yet, you need to have a one-to-one and learn more about her. So, icebreaker. Literally picked this picture at 4 o'clock this morning. It caught my eye. You've already met the people at your table, hopefully by this point. Maybe you sat with people you didn't know. I hope you did. But today's icebreaker, very quick. I just want you to turn and talk at your table. When I chose this picture, it's because I was thinking, why are you even here? Why did you choose to be in this room today? Like, did you really think about what you were getting yourself into? What's your purpose? What's the outcome you're looking for in being in this room today? And if you could just no more than 15 seconds or so each, just go around the table and share what you hope to achieve by being here today. Go ahead.
Probably like when I first got the goals working for me right now, it's terrible with heights. I was like, I signed up for the meetings.
He's here because he's a chicken.
I love chickens.
No, I was telling them that I signed up for this because I had a job scheduled that I had to be on site for. That was way up. We had a crane and we were lifting things to build our house way up in the air. Well, I can't do that. I fall apart.
Aww.
So I sent my project manager out and then I scheduled this.
I love your honesty. So I seemed like a better option than heights.
I was on site this morning and that crane boom went up in the air and I was like, oh, I can't do this.
Nope.
I love it. Love it.
We're like going on
Right?
All right, trying to bring it to a close. Last 10, 15 seconds. All right, and let's come back together, please. In 3, 2, 1, and we are back. Thank you. Some of the tables were smaller than others, so some of you moved a little bit more quickly. All right, so I did not warn anybody that they were going to have to share out, but I'm sorry. Why did you choose to be here today?
Well, I had a job that I had to be on. We were using a crane to lift some steel into a project, and I can't deal with heights, and just looking up in the air just breaks me. So I went on site this morning, I looked up in the air, and I looked at my project manager, and I said, I've got a meeting at 11:30. Now, that's not why I signed up because I love goals.
Because you love goals.
But yeah.
I love it. I love it. Cheryl, why did you choose to be here today?
Well, since I've met you, I think you have it together and you've grown your business in 2 years. And I have 2 businesses that I want to get the most for my money, and I enjoy what I do. And I think that's the first thing. So now I'm ready to learn.
That's huge. Thank you for being here. And Dan, last one. Why are you here? I had to.
I'm looking for clarity of purpose.
I love it.
Identifying goals and figuring out where I want to go from here after lunch.
They weren't told to be here. They did choose to be here.
That's awesome. That's good to know, actually. I hadn't even considered that. Well, thank you for choosing to be here. Yes, Danita.
Karen and I made a goal together that by the Christmas mixer, we're going to be down, we would say 10 now.
Yep.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so
We are going to make that happen. Round of applause for that one. All right. So today's agenda, goals and growth, intentionality, Michael Callahan's favorite, backwards planning for smarter growth, and ending on accountability. I told you it's a packed time together, so I'm going to move quickly. So, when you think of the word goals, there's some sort of emotional response that you get. I spoke to someone a little bit earlier who absolutely loves setting goals. I could tell she found passion and purpose in setting goals and achieving them, right? And some people might not feel as great about goals. So I had put, by the way, there is a sheet in front of each of you. If you guys want to take notes on it, there's some questions on there. It can guide your thinking as we go. But a question on there for you to think about: what emotion comes with the word goals for you when you hear that? Shout it out at me. What do you guys think? Fear. Fear, okay. Lack of focus.
Comfort.
See, you know who I was talking to earlier. She loves goals. Accomplishment.
Challenge.
Okay. We know you like a challenge. Okay. So oftentimes, by the way, I've always loved goals. It gives me a sense of purpose, and every day I'm always working towards the next thing. Love it, right? But oftentimes when we set goals, if it's a really lofty goal, you may have had an experience in the past where you set a really lofty goal, and then we had this discussion earlier, then there's this almost a sense of shame when you don't reach it. You can be pretty hard on yourself, and you kind of just give up on it. And now wasn't the time, maybe I'll try again later, right? A lot of times we think, how long will this take? How long will it take me to lose 10 pounds, right? And you set a time that you think is appropriate. And unless, ladies, you two sit down and talk about between now and then the strategies that you're going to implement and the steps you're going to take to reach that goal by that date. You okay?
Sorry.
No? Sometimes we think, how long is this going to take? How long am I going to have to go through this process over and over? How many days am I going to have to get up in the morning at 5 a.m. and work out before I go to work? Maybe that's not enjoyable for you, so you're having to push yourself outside your comfort zone. So you might have the reaction of, how long is this going to take, right? You just want to reach the end. How quickly can I get there, right? On your sheet, I had put a question on there about a goal that you've reached, that you've seen some success in before. What is a goal that you're really proud of that you've achieved in the past? Anybody, shout it out. By the way, I love when you participate, so you're all going to talk at least once. Yes?
Just breaking out back into work after having children is just getting back in there and not
Yeah. I'm sure that's a tough transition. Yeah. Yes?
Finishing my dissertation after many, many years.
But it was worth it, right?
It was worth it, but it did have
it's ups and downs.
Mm-hmm.
But it was great. I'm so glad it's over.
But we often feel that way, right? When it's done, we're like, oh, checked that box. Now what, right? We move on to the next thing. One more success? Who had a yes?
I wanted to build a house when I was young, and it took me a while to get there. I built 12 so far.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The afraid of heights came from on a roof like that.
Oh.
No, I got off the roof.
You have new ways to overcome that obstacle.
One-story houses.
No, but that's a good point, because my next question was, what obstacles have you faced that have stood in your way of reaching your goals in the past? Oftentimes, I am my own obstacle. It's in my head, right? It's that fear of failure, fear of making a mistake, not having a perfect plan before I start, what people will think of me, right? There are all these fears associated with that goal. So think about those obstacles you typically face. And the reason I entitled this From Goals to Growth is I love goals. I want you to keep setting goals. I want to be very intentional about the way that we set our goals, but I want the focus to be on growth over time, not just chiseling away at something and then asking yourself, okay, what's the next thing? I've done that one. What's next, right? So when we make the shift from goals to growth, we start to think about, how far can I go? How far can I take this? Ladies, it's not about losing the 10 pounds. What is the actual goal there? You want to feel better, right? It's about your health. You want to feel good about yourself when you look in the mirror. So that is the growth part, and you are taking steps to get there so you can feel a certain way. And so that's the shift that I really want to talk about, is what does the continuous growth look like for you? And that's why we really have to do some big picture thinking and then slowly do some backwards planning and figure out, now, how do we get there? So you've all had some massive goals in your life that you've been working on, and I know that you've checked some of them off, but there are probably some things that you haven't done because of the fears I was talking about before. Something has been standing in your way. Does anybody have a goal that they've always wanted to do, but there's some fear standing in their way, that if you could get rid of that fear right now, you'd do it today? What would you do if you didn't fear failure?
I'll go, yeah. I'd sell my business.
You would?
It was always the intention to build that business.
That each of those things evoke for you. For me, how long will this take? There's an end point, right? And I'm just trying to figure out, what can I do to go through the motions to get to the end point? With the other one, what is how far can I go? How does that change for you? What do you feel when you hear that? What do you feel when you hear growth versus goals? John?
I guess it depends on the goal you have and being realistic about your needs. So it sounds like you take goals and then you dissect them into accomplishments, and that's maybe overwhelming to people as opposed to getting here. So the strategy is planning it better.
I feel as if sometimes the goal puts a limit on how far we'll go, but the idea of growth and constant growth over time, every day, even if it's just a little bit, even if you think about plants and the way that they grow, right? If you sit and stare at them, you're not really going to notice them growing. Walk away for a week, come back and look at your tomato plant, and you know something's been going on, right? So it starts to change that mindset, and you see a lot more of opportunities for growth out there. So I've put together a couple of ideas of things that you can do to make the shift before we talk about how we do this kind of new sort of goal setting. One, we have to embrace change. In order to grow, you have to change. Some of us love change, some of us do not. Again, I think emotion, there's an emotion that comes with the word change. I love change. I try to change something every day. Thank you for doing that. He changes his clothes every day. Adopt a teachable spirit. So do all of you have a teachable spirit sitting in this room? I feel as if you do because you chose to be here, right? You're open to learning. You're open to these opportunities. You have to make growth a priority in your life and look for these opportunities around you because they're there every single day. Ask questions. I spent a week in the Adirondack Mountains with my dad, and it was weird to not have a phone signal because every time we would ask one another a question, typically we would just Google it to find the answer. And I was like, man, it makes me think about the encyclopedias that we used to look up, and find this much information about each topic inside, right? But how often are you asking questions and seeking new knowledge and trying to learn more? And then when you do, are you keeping track of that learning? Do you have systems in place to keep track of the things you're learning? So for example, even just for reading a book, I have a system for the way I read a book. So I try to read a book a week just because I want to continue to learn, but I think it also helps me to add more value to my clients if I'm continuing to learn. So I read through it once and do some color coding and highlighting. And then after the fact, I type up a one-page summary with the high points of the things that I want to take away. Even if it's an article that I read online, I file it in a folder because maybe one day I need information on that topic. Maybe it's about effective communication. I have a whole folder of effective communication articles, right? I file it in a place where I can go back and look at it later. And then I think that this is the most important piece is when you learn something new, passing it on to someone else. That was my favorite part of being in the classroom, was watching a child get so comfortable with a topic that they could turn and teach it to someone else. And it just further ingrained it in them, right? They learned so much by teaching it. Make your love for learning greater than your fear of failure. We all kind of admitted some fear of failure a little bit here earlier, right? We want to love the learning more than we have this fear. Don't let that fear win. Surround yourself with other growing people, right? So one of my goals for my business was to create a community of effective leaders and lifelong learners that were achieving and striving for personal and professional growth every day, right? And so that's my goal, is I'm just trying to continue to build that community. I started a Facebook group. It's a community, right? I'm trying to build it out and surround myself with other people that want to learn and grow. Develop greater humility. So that doesn't mean that you need to deny what strengths you have, but it's about being open about those opportunities for growth that you have. It's okay to admit weakness in something, right? So just sitting at your table, and as I made my way around, I heard so many different talents in this room today. It's amazing. And I want to learn more about all of you, but each of you also has different obstacles that you're facing, and chances are there's someone in this room that's really great at that and could help you. So surround yourself with the people that are really strong in the areas that you need a little support. And of course, believe in yourself. So I can't do any sort of slideshow without one John Maxwell quote. I love him. We call him Papa John. I just got to see him again last month in person, and every time I don't know, he inspires me so much. But what you think about yourself determines the investment you make in yourself. So stop and think about that for a second. How much do you value yourself? What are you willing to invest in yourself? You literally invested in yourself to be here today. And then finally, embrace layered learning. Can anybody tell me why I put Shrek on this slide? Because onions have layers. Yes, yes. So who doesn't get it? Oh, watch Shrek this weekend. That's your assignment. So onions have layers. Everything great has layers, okay? But when we talk about layered learning and educational, we talk about spiraling and continuing to build on the skills that the students already have, right? This is building the big picture for yourself, one piece at a time. So continue to build on your learning over time. So it's all about intentionality, but before we figure out where we're going, we have to figure out where we're starting, right? And this is like very quick brain dump. I just want you to take 30 seconds individually, jot down on your paper, where are you now? What do you feel good about in your life? Remember, this is a personal development shift as well. So we're talking personal today too, not just professional. There's a lot more to you than just a career. So open up with yourself, reflect on where you are, what do you feel good about, and what needs work. Try and identify at least one or two things for each box there. I'll just give you a moment. All right, if you've only completed one side, shift over to the other one, start working on that one. All right, wrap up the one you're on, please. All right, this is just some initial thinking. All right? Always like to start with a quick brain dump to see what's on my mind before we dig a little deeper. So I'm not going to ask that you share out necessarily with everybody at your table group, but is there anyone that feels comfortable sharing something they're feeling really good about in their life right now? What is something we can celebrate? Yes?
Health. I've been working on health ever since COVID. Baby steps, and I go backwards, but then I go a couple steps forward. Just always a work in progress.
Yeah, but you keep chiseling away at it, right?
I don't want to ever go back to where I was in COVID.
So I bet there are other people in this room that wrote health on the other side, right? So she has taken steps to make a change. Find those people that have taken some steps to make a change and see what worked for them. What is something else that's going well for someone right now?
Yes. Just breaking out of being stagnant and in my life and seeing opportunities and actually going to grab them and not just like, letting them pass me off. Just like, go grab it and then, forget.
Anybody else connect with that? Breaking out of being kind of in a stagnant place and taking advantage of those opportunities when you see them. I'm seeing some nodding, some others. They are. When you have your eyes open and you're looking for them. They are all around. Yes. All right, what about an area where you're just like, not feeling it right now, it needs some work? I will open up because I know that it's always a little easier on this side for people to hear from someone else first. So for me, I'm not great at setting boundaries. So I am working really hard on setting boundaries. I'm reading a book right now called Boundary Boss. I am just trying to surround myself with people that are really great at setting boundaries, and hopefully I will reach that goal soon. Yes, honestly, that is something I struggle with. I think I saw your hand up. Maybe.
Yeah, I was, one of the things I want to do is about my time and scheduling a lot better. Like this morning I got up and, oh, let me put these cabinets up right away, real quick. So I get really ADD. The schedule really makes me feel accomplished at the end of the day if I start it or the night before. So that's personalist and also professionalist.
Thank you for sharing. One more?
I'm extremely impatient with work processes at home. I drive my assistant crazy with most things because I want something right away because I feel like I reciprocate that to others. So if somebody wants something from me, I tend to stop what I'm doing to give that to them. So patience.
I think staying on task, that really resonated with me. A lot of times I'll set a goal for the day or something like that, and well, this needs to be done. That easy, but I should do that. And you're staying off, you get sideways. I mean, I have a friend that does.
I've heard of other people.
So as you were saying that, Dan, I was just thinking about just having awareness of that and being able to stop yourself in the moment and realize it's happening and do something about it. You have a habit, right? And you have to retrain your brain. So I could spend hours talking about creating habits, but I think that slowing down in general and reflecting on where you are versus where you want to be would do all of us a lot of good, right? Just this conversation with you right now in the last couple of minutes, you've jotted down a couple of things that you could be working on. So the where do you want to be? We need to ask ourselves, what do I need to stop doing immediately that is not serving me well? What do I need to stop doing? And what do I need to start doing? Try to think of one on each side. Feel free to shout it out if you're comfortable doing so.
What do you think?
Winging it.
Yeah, that's a stop.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying.
I'm good at it, so I can keep doing it, but at the same time, even today with the fighting with the printer, before I got over and it was just like, if I thought a little bit more last night and had that plan away, which you're a fantastic example of getting, and making sure you're prepared ahead of time. And I've spent so much of my career being able to walk into any situation and wing it, and we get it done. Could it be better? Sure. Sometimes was it fine? Yeah, absolutely. But it needs to stop.
It stops today.
That's how to wing it. Can you teach people how to wing it?
Yeah, because there is a balance there. You need a balance of the two, right? Because we don't want to be the opposite and be Sierra, who has to have everything perfect. And I used to get so stressed out over every little thing because I feared it was not going to be perfect and what was someone's perception of it.
I think it goes back to the intentionality piece, right? Is what is that plan? And I know for myself, I've been not working for like 18 months and, flexing those muscles again and saying, okay, these are the things that are going to make it ultimately successful. And yeah, I believe in balance all the time because we're far too hard on ourselves. But taking that time, because we're talking about intentionality, but also, getting set for the day, which you were talking about, is getting that mindset ready for the day. And then being able to pursue those goals of growth that you're looking at.
Yeah, I feel if I make my list that morning, I'll be fine. If I make the list the day before, I'll just sleep. I start going through it at night, So I stopped doing that.
Mhm.
And then, I mean, I like to plan for the next day, but it does keep me up.
Yeah.
So,
So I'm watching your reaction. So,
the opposite. If I know what my next day brings, I'm at peace for,
Yeah.
and I know what's, when I get up, I know what I'm gonna do.
I have both, but what helped me is getting the right planner, and I would put my stuff in my planner, and then at the end of the day, exhausted as I may be, I wrote the most priorities that I wanted, and I said, that's tomorrow, and once it's out of my head and on paper,
right.
that makes a big difference from the anxiety, because you know, I got this, I won't forget, because I think your anxiety comes from, I'm gonna forget.
Yes.
You're
Right.
holding it in your head.
Yeah. Anita really taught me that years ago, like, once you get it on paper, it can come out of your head.
Yeah, I worked for a church and our pastor made us journal. That was part of our assignment, and he just believed that if you keep on putting trash, crinkling it up and putting it in the garbage can, what happens? The trash starts to go into the ground. So emptying your mind so that you have some room to do the work is the way we went.
and seeing it and being able to have more control over it, right?
There is just strength in checking that.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Speaking her love language.
I check lunch off the list. I'm like, I just did something that I don't think I had on the list. I'll go ahead and put it on so I can check it off. But about writing it down, so my mind goes immediately in 10 different directions. So I want to comment on a couple of things. One, the writing it down. If you did not write down, when I asked you guys to write down what you're going to stop, if you didn't physically write that down, please write that down, because there's something to that. Actually putting it on the paper and committing to doing it, and then also turning and telling someone else or telling a close friend what you're committing to stop doing, because you announced it. You're not going to wing it anymore, because you have a whole room full of people that are going to be like,
Because I love being in front of people and talking and such, but I come prepared, you know. But even in the preparation, there's always, you have to adapt. So I'm not afraid to adapt, but I like to have some kind of scaffolding that I know in which direction I should be speaking or talking or thinking or writing or whatever it is.
every single one of us in this room is wired differently. And so taking this time to stop and think about those things that you know that are working for you and those that aren't, that's going to make the difference for you. So real quick, for the sake of time, is there one thing someone wants to share out that they want to start doing immediately? Yes.
Prioritizing the time and like actually putting it on the calendar. Like if it's there, if you're scheduling what you want to accomplish, then you know, it's not you if it's you see it.
Yes. I call that my 24-hour plan. And there are always 24 hours in a day, and I get to choose how I use them. And when you actually sit down and plan out exactly how you want to use them and you prioritize your time with your family first and your health first, there's still 8 hours in a day to work, but you've done those things for yourself first.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was I will start prioritizing my own goals versus my work goals or my family goals, because I'll give you a quick example. I started writing songs back when I was 18, 16, 13, and then all the way up. And I've just been accumulating songs and lyrics and stuff. And then when I early retired in 2020, and then I went back to work after that. But when I early retired, I went to the studio and 3 songs, right? Of ones that I'd written when I was 18, and I'm certainly not that any longer. But my voice had changed, so then I had to learn what do I do about my voice. You know, I didn't want to be the weakest link in my own project, you know. But it was so satisfying doing that. But I waited 40 years to do that. So, so what? You know, at least if you do them, I think it's important. But then you have to also adapt your where you think you are and what you think you can contribute. Because I'm thinking, either I'm going to sing them, or I might just get some conservatory students to sing it. Because the songwriting, our goal is to get the songs out there that can encourage people. That was the ultimate goal, but that took a little bit of a mindset shift to get there. and I'm still getting there, because I'm still on the fence. But anyway, prioritizing those instead of all the years of working full-time, and kids, and husband, and parents, and all the other things that are important in life, community, your church.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. All right, talking about all of those things, this is what I call the wheel of life. So we're looking at the big picture. So your life is made up of all these different categories, okay? So here are some examples here. There's some examples on your paper. But if you break down this wheel of life into different areas, of course, career is only one of them, right? And so that's the idea of jotting down all of your goals, not just for career, but all the rest of your life as well, right? Your health, if you have a significant other, you're in a relationship, friends and family, physical environment, the safety and security of your home environment. But then also, if you don't work from home, your office environment. Some of us can walk into an office environment that's kind of toxic, right? And what can we do about that? Personal growth, has that been a priority for you? If not, it might be now. Fun and recreation, are you taking time to do things you enjoy? Okay? Money, your finances, it's not just about whether or not you have enough money now, but do you have the understanding, the knowledge of what you should be doing to prepare for the future, right? So there's the knowledge piece of that. And these are just some of the categories. You might have your spiritual health, right? Mental, emotional health. There are categories that aren't necessarily represented here that are important in your life. So what I want to do before you flip the page over is I want to explain how you use the wheel of life. And this was an example. If you think of the outside of the wheel being a 10 saying, I am 100% satisfied with everything in this area of my life, right? I couldn't be healthier, or I have the best friends and family. They are very supportive. We have a great relationship. 10 is absolutely perfect, right? And so some of us might say we would never put 10 there. I have some people that will put 9.9 there. Whatever you choose to do. And the center point representing 0, which is there is absolutely nothing going right in this area of my life right now. And what you do is you graph outwardly on a scale of 0 to 10 where you feel you are, keywords, in your level of satisfaction. Level of satisfaction. How pleased are you with where you are right now? So I want you to flip your paper over to the other side where there's a blank one. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be dividing your circle into the number of spaces that you need to look at the different areas of your life. But I have, can I borrow yours for a second? Yeah. So on this page, I've listed out the ones that were on the original Wheel of Life, and I've left an opening for you to add other things that are important to you. And then just put your rating on a scale of 0 to 10 next to each of those. Be honest with yourself. If you're not honest with yourself, this activity will do absolutely no good. So where are you? Go ahead and jot that down. You do not have to share out any of these numbers, so you don't have to worry about that. And as soon as you have done so, you can move forward to the circle and go ahead and break your circle into the number of parts that you need for your life and graph it. So just take a couple of minutes to do that. Thank you. Sometimes it's a little bit easier if someone like talks you through what that category is. So I'll just quickly go down them if you haven't done personal growth. So how do you feel about where you are in taking advantage of the opportunities to grow around you? Are you taking time to attend things such as this, maybe once a month? Are you doing something intentionally to grow at all times? Fun and recreation, have you scheduled things to do that allow you to decompress and take your mind off of the things that are stressing you out? Physical environment, I mentioned safety and security, so just being comfortable in your home space. Career, so a lot of times people struggle with this one because they might think, well, I expected that I would be here by now, so they kind of rate based on where they expected they would be. But that's why I want to focus on your level of satisfaction, how happy you are with where you are going into work every day. Money, I mentioned, it's not just how much you have, but the knowledge and understanding of what you need to do to be prepared for the future. Health, some people break that down into multiple categories because your physical health might be completely different than your mental and emotional health score. Significant other, romance, some people say, well, I don't want to be in a relationship, so I don't know what number to put there. And I'm like, well, if you don't want to be in one and you're happy not being in one, then you can rate it high because you're happy with where you are. And then, of course, the blanks. Does anybody have any questions about any of the categories? Marcus. Okay, so remember how I said teaching adults is very similar? Come here.
Oh, wait, you're going to put the whole thing.
This is Marcus's wheel of life. It is so him. He has a smiley face on his name tag, too. I embarrassed you on purpose. All right. So 1, 2, or 3, how long do you need to finish rating and filling in your wheel of life appropriately?
I'm visually challenged here, so I could use a little assistance.
Okay. How many categories do you have?
11.
Yeah.
and you want it to be perfect.
Where's my straight edge? Can we just get a 12? Can we pick a 12? We'll pick a 12.
You guys can make them pretty later. It's not about being pretty.
You are giving me a straight edge. Yep, got it.
All right. You guys can finalize this and make it look how you want later. But what I want you to see is, if this were to be a wheel, by the way, this isn't mine, so just so you know, if you're like, wow, Sierra's really unhappy with Matt, that's not why that's there. But if this were to be an actual wheel, how smooth of a ride would this be? It's a little bit bumpy, right? So oftentimes we think, oh my gosh, so I have everything here is low because I don't have any 9s or 10s, right? What if we could get everything to a 7, right? It's more about having balance. The idea isn't that we try to get everything up to a 10, but we find a way to build on these areas that we know maybe we've been neglecting. Until we sat down and really reflected on it today, we didn't realize that there was much of a discrepancy there. So we did this exercise 1 to 10. Now, you should at least have your numbers done. So if you don't fill out your wheel right now, that's okay. I want you to identify 3 of the areas, 3 of the categories that are your highest scores, and the 3 that are your lowest scores, and fill them in the table. And no cheating because his answers are different than yours. So something I used to be really bad about was never celebrating the success and always just immediately focusing on the things that I'm not doing well at, right? So let's think about what's going really well. Think about your top 3. So in the categories listed, just a quick raise of the hand is easy enough. Who had personal growth in their top 3? Awesome. So by the way, we're not going to do this for areas in need of attention, but look around. Those of you that had personal growth listed as an area in need of attention, look at whose hands are raised. Those are the people you need to be hanging out with. So let's do it again. Those that put personal growth in their top 3, raise your hand. So those of you that have it as your lowest need to be friends with these people. Okay, what about fun and recreation? Who's having fun? It's in their top. Okay, we need some more fun in this room. Now we know this is the fun table. Physical environment? Like, I feel really safe and secure. I love my home. It's a happy place. Cool, great. Career? Awesome. Finances, money, wealth. Interesting. No, don't. Put your hands up.
Work hard.
But look around the room. This is so common that finances, money, wealth falls over here. Go hang out with Darkish. She'll tell you what to do. She worked really hard for it. All right, your health. Be proud. Awesome. Friends and family.
It's just so funny when you said, what is your standard, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Some parts of me, I would go, like, look at my age, what I do, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, thank me every weekend, we were able to keep up and have this amazing face and everything. But part of me did also go, my more critical side of, you put on too much weight, you can't do what you did 5 years ago, right? So it's like, what is the standard that you're measuring?
It's a great point. It's a great point.
Past standard that's not.
That you have to change.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reaching an age where I have to be more satisfied with different levels of health.
Yeah, so true. Commenting on that. So most of you that know me well know my struggles with Lyme disease. And so for me, I know how bad it can be. I think if I was a normal, typical, healthy 33-year-old and I hadn't had that experience, I would look at my health much differently. But now I'm super grateful when I wake up and I'm not in pain, right? And so that's a great example. Thank you, Cynthia. We're not going to tell anybody, but who is super happy with their significant other, romance, spouse, whatever, great relationships at home? Awesome. All right, who added a category that wasn't on here? Like I added spiritual life. Does anybody rate that as their top? Awesome. Mental health. Okay.
Helping others.
Helping others. Service to others. Any other categories that you guys added that are important to you that wasn't on here? Okay, life balance. I like it.
Self-care.
Self-care, very important.
I separated my heart.
I like that. All right, the areas in need of attention. I want you to just choose one of them that you would like to focus on for the rest of our time together and for the work that you do after today. Choose that one focal point. I love it. She circled hers. Circle it. Look at it. Make a commitment to do something about it. So you guys have probably heard of SMART goals. You might have heard of SMARTer goals. And sometimes you hear different words used for them, right? And so the idea of creating a SMARTer goal and being intentional about it is starting with a really big picture and thinking about, well, in the first place, what does my life look like as a whole? Hopefully you were able to break it down and kind of figure out where you need to focus your attention. We don't want to neglect the things that have been going really well because all of a sudden we're working on this one thing. So I'm not going to let my relationship with my family go because I want to focus on improving my health. I'm going to involve my family in improving my health, right? How can you get more bang for your buck and focus on something where you involve the other areas at the same time, right? But when you are creating SMARTer goals, and I laugh because when I first started teaching, we had to have SMART goals for every lesson for our students. And then in Fairfax County, they said they need to be SMARTer, but they didn't have the E. It was just SMARTR. And then they became SMARTer, and I just don't know what it's going to become in the future. But as the smartest goals, but when we're thinking about smarter growth, this is the kind of the process we go through to see how can we improve that area that you just identified. You need to be very clear and specific about your intentions in that area. Yes?
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
My struggle, obviously, friends and family are something, but if you're like health, I circle that and I'm going to stick to it. Friends and family, part of something that you can control. You can do all day long, but so how do you have the mindset of not having expectation if you do and do and do it? I'm doing the right thing, and then your expectation is not going to fulfill this friends and family. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense because I have the same thing going on. So I'm very open. I'm very transparent. So I will tell you, I just spent the 10 days in the Adirondacks with my dad because my relationship with my dad has never been good. And so my intention was to go on that trip to try to understand why he is the way he is and better connect with him, right? Did it work? It didn't. I was really disappointed. There were some ups and downs in the trip, but I chose to come back. That 10.5-hour drive yesterday, I reflected on all the amazing things that I saw and I learned. It was wonderful, but I have to realize what I can and can't control, and I did what I could, right? So I took the steps that I knew I could take. So I love that you brought that up because the conversation of control is a big one in my coaching sessions because a lot of times we're trying to control things that we can't, right?
Yeah, if you're an empath and you're an observer and you don't get the stage to talk, especially in that circumstance, you've developed that path to break that.
So I think it's just being very clear with yourself about what you're willing to do and how far you're willing to go, but then it's that boundary part that I'm working on, right? And setting a boundary and saying, I've done what I can.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes?
Expectations.
That's the big problem, is having expectations sometimes on people that aren't really able, and therefore you just really have to accept people for who they are and what their limits or their abilities are.
See, now you get into projection. It's really complicated. You're projecting your expectations upon them.
Right.
Yeah.
And sometimes they don't even know.
They don't?
So you're setting up better.
Well, I was just gonna say, as a parent, I learned that lesson because I had certain things I thought my children, you try to teach your children and give them their values, but in the end, as they become teenagers and then young adults, once they're young adults, your job's kind of done. Now you're like a coach. But if they don't want to hear what you have to say, I was thinking about what you said, I just took the long haul about it. At some point I had to say, all right, that person's making their choices and I'm gonna love them. And at the end it was like, especially with a daughter and a mom, I was like, I'm just gonna love her. I'm gonna accept her, I'm gonna let all of those things go and let her make her choices, and I'm here to coach her and help her if she chooses to.
to.
But in the long run, the only thing I want her to know is that she's loved and that she's here to make a difference in this world. And that's what I coach to her. And then I let the rest of it go. I just let it go.
I love that. And that's why I went on the trip, is because I wanted him to know he was loved, right? And he knows. So I did what I could, right? I love that. Thanks for bringing it up, because I think there are a lot of people in here that could benefit from that. Okay, so we're clear about our intentions, measurable. How will you know you're making progress in this area? A lot of people skip over this one. I love this one because I love numbers. I was a math teacher. So anytime that I can quantify something, right? The Wheel of Life lets me quantify my level of satisfaction in an area of my life. So even if it's taking my level of satisfaction with my family from a 5 to a 7, and I'm sitting down and I'm reflecting once a month to determine where am I now, right? And kind of putting some characteristics out there. How will I know I'm making progress in this area? Some things it's very easy. With the weight loss thing, you can, step on a scale and you know. But some things are much harder to quantify. Am I taking advantage of opportunities for growth? Asking people for feedback is always great for me. So asking other people for feedback on how I'm doing, those that know me and see me functioning on a regular basis. Is what I'm doing, are the behaviors, are the things that I'm doing actionable? Am I clear about what I am going to do each day to get there, right? Do I know the steps that I'm taking? What strategies will I be implementing? Am I pushing myself outside my comfort zone? Is what I'm doing risky? I love that one, right? I've shared a couple times before. So women were out of my comfort zone for the longest time. I grew up with brothers. I hung out with boys my whole life. So like going to Women of Winchester was like so outside my comfort zone. And I chose to do it because I knew it was going to be hard for me. And now I love them, right? And I've built amazing relationships. So is it risky? Time bound. Do you have a timeline for the growth? And if you don't necessarily reach the goal that you've set and the timeline that you had chosen, do we change the goal or do we change the time? Right? Because I think we just need to change the time and maybe implement some new strategies because what we were doing before didn't work. Is it exciting? Is it something that's going to get you out of bed in the morning? And is it relevant? Does it connect back to your Wheel of Life and something you've identified as an area in need of improvement? So the final page in your packet, those of you that said planner earlier, I love planners. I've used a full focus planner since it first came out. It's been almost 5 years now, and this is actually a goal detail page specifically out of that planner. If you want to know about full focus planners, let me know. They actually came out with a certified pro training program, so I can teach it. I can share it with my clients. Love it. But all about goal setting. So here's a goal summary where you would write your SMARTer goal. You identify as an achievement. It's something you're going to check a box when you're done, or are you creating a habit? My favorite goals are the habit goals because I don't just want to check a box and be done with it. I want it to be a part of my life. So here are the domains that Full Focus Planner uses. These align very well with those on the Wheel of Life. Here, it's key motivations. Why do you want to do it? This is the exciting part, right? Why is this important to you? This goes back to what Danita, you were saying. It's not just about the 10 pounds. It's about how you're going to feel, right? It's about your health. What steps are you going to take to get there? And then the part that I always skipped, the reward. How am I going to celebrate success instead of just hopping on to the next thing? How am I going to celebrate? At the bottom of your page, and I know it looks horrible up here, but at the bottom of your page is a streak tracker for 3 months. So if it's a habit goal, if you want to 3 times a week go for a walk with a friend, you would use this as like the dates on the calendar and you check it off every time you do it. You track your streak. Maybe it's something you're doing daily. Drink 4 glasses of water a day. Check, 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 right? So if it's a habit goal, use the streak tracker. If you love this system, Full Focus Planner, I love because it's personal and professional. It allowed me to merge my lives into one because I used to have 2 planners. That's all I have for you guys today. It's all from here forward about accountability, holding one another accountable to that little thing you circled on your paper today, making a change because of it, and implementing things that you learned today. I like this from Stephen Covey. Accountability breeds response ability. It's broken down like that for a reason. So I know that we probably don't have time for Q&A because I ran over. I knew I would. But if you guys have any questions for me, let me know. This is the stuff I love doing. I love teaching. I'd be happy to sit down with you with a planner, Marcus, like with a planner, and teach you how to use it.
Yes. I still have it.
I'm glad you have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Pages are blank, but there's so much opportunity.
But you took the first step. He bought a planner, right? Also, I constantly have things going on, mastermind groups, workshops. Lisa has something coming up. I wanted to give her 2 seconds, maybe 10, to share about that. She has a flyer for you guys, but thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
So I'm doing an 8-week mastermind, and I'll pass this around to all of you. But it kind of continues the work here. There's so many ways to go about this, and kind of to the point of intentionality, spending that time in the morning or whatever time of day works for you to actually sit down for 15 or 20 minutes and walk through a process that allows you to get set up for life and also for your day, right? So it always starts with the day, and then it melds into ultimately what you accomplish over your lifetime. So if you'd like to join our mastermind, it's starting actually October 4th, and we're going to run it through November 22nd. And it's based on the 6-phase meditation by Vishen Lakhiani. He's got a book coming out. I'm going to gift you the book. But it's around, it sounds like meditation, right? And it's really a practical meditation. It's something that you can use on a daily basis that's going to move you in a forward direction. So let me just pass this around because I think I just went 15 seconds, right? What's that? She does.